It's an empty mic. Oh shit, it's gonna post to Discord wrong. No. No. Shit. Shit, it already did it. Damn it. Damn you. What day is this? 105th day? I just kind of hit like go live without even thinking. What a day. Oh, today's the 104th day. Okay, I wrote it in wrong. I just clipped that too. Wonderful. What a great start. Is it? I thought yesterday was the 104th day. Do. Oh no, today's 100. Today's 104th. Okay. We're good. Never mind. No problem. Let me post this on the twatters. Live with some more post-game post. Just some more dialogue. Then later, some Elden Ring. Indie dev, UE5. For all the 0 people that brings into the channel. Good enough. Good enough. Let's fucking go. Did we update yesterday? Yeah, we're good. I can show one thing too. Let me download it real quick.
FBI, open up!
No! Damn it. FBI open up, fart reverb, and an early morning fish. You know, the real combo is this one. See if I can do it. So fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Once Human's coming out today? Well, of course you were once human, now you're a furry. Ooh. Hey Caden, how you doing? How's your Tuesday? Pretty good, bro. You? Pretty good. I forgot to eat this morning, so let's see how that affects my day. 2XP Games, good to see you as well. Everybody make sure to do your early morning fish. So Pista VR chat, the language used to make any kind of interactivity udon uses a system like blueprints. Fuck graphs. That's how it be. The language of the future. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing dialogue 5 today. Early morning. Okay, god damn it. I just sat down, caught an electric catfish. I'm getting catfished out here now. Push-ups. And one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, that one. Oh, got a clownfish and a vape. Nice catch, caught the vape. Let's catch these nuts. Hi there, I'm Master. No, you're not. You're Spoon. Need to start smoking now? Yeah, you are legally required to start smoking now. Smoking these meats. Alright. I'm gonna open up 4. No, 6. Wait, we're not doing 5, we're doing 4 right now. 5 comes after 4. We do 4 first. So expensive here? So expensive everywhere. Drinking alcohol is even cheaper than smoking. My 11-year-old sister about Spoon, now she's as hyped as me. I don't know if Spoon is necessarily the most appropriate character for an 11-year-old girl, but maybe she's mature for her age. Ooh, 6 does look pretty good, doesn't it? She just wants to collect spoon nuts, okay. Fair enough. You can, I think there's like 20 spoon nuts around the map or something. I kind of forget where I placed them though. I swear I put one over here. Oh, there's one that spawns here. There's your secret. There's one that spawns right here. You can't see it because it isn't spawned. Let's pull up our lore goal here for number 4. Yeah, you actually have to have Spoon teach you how to how to find the spoon nuts, and then they will show up on the map. Before then, they are invisible, and you won't be able to collect them. Which is pretty cool. Okay, 4, Spoon comes back to tell you about his rematch with the Rat Man. And this takes place, not canonically, let's just say this takes place after we learn that he's been married, has the kid, he's opened up a shop, things like that. We tried the audio analysis tool in UE5, I have not. I have not, my audio sucks. I don't want to analyze it. It's just gonna say it sucks. Okay, and out comes 4 Thief 4, because he will want a potion. He can lose and drown, and then die. he can just lose. And then base, good, and exceptional will be that he wins. Unless you give him a luck potion, which in that case he will get caught and disqualified. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Let's set some of that stuff up before we write anything. Potion needs. PN Thief 4. I think he just wanted a stamina potion, right? Doesn't say. I tried it on stream in a bit. You can make things happen depending on hertz values on music and things. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Me and a colleague had a cool little jam idea to do a bullet hell shooter game 3D that it changes the gravity of the level based on the music as you're playing. Not so interesting of a thing, but that was just an idea we had. Okay, so Thief 4, he's going to want a stamina potion. One stamina potion. No secondary needs. Just a nice, easy little stamina pot. Let's see what you can do. Good. It's going to be good stamina potion, though. You know, he wants something that's pretty strong. Let's see how many options we have for this. We only have 4 ingredients with tier 3 regen stamina. Let's figure out which those 4 are. Burgundy snail. Chalkstalk. But we need to check for the ones, yeah, here. Barrel cactus. Let's... Yeah, I think this will work. Sunburst star. Cooked. Snake scale. That's a bit tougher. We'll also have a special outcome. Special outcome if you use a spoon nut in the potion. Because he can taste that, right? Like, he's eaten enough spoon nuts. He loves the spoons. He knows if you put one in there. We'll say that that's what will make the rat man drown. Like, that's going to be the best outcome. So, he'll still win by a good margin. Used spoon nut. Because we can detect and have specific outcomes if an ingredient was used in the making of the potion. That is something we can do. Okay, Dialogue Thief 4. First outcome is if Terrible loses and drowns dies. So score threshold. Terrible. Character status update. Thief dead. Rip. That's not the good outcome. The 4 outcome is he loses. We'll say by default, he, we'll save as the choice here that he doesn't win, of course. Thief wins rematch race. I'll just say Spoon wins. Spoon wins rematch race. False. I don't know why the default's to equal. Can I change that? Really annoying. Perfect. Okay, so in order to win, he needs to have base, good, or exceptional. Choice update. Spoon wins rematch race. True. Why is it called Thief and not Spoon? We made the row names here before we named the character. So this is just kind of like the internal name is Thief. That's how we know him from like the files and the data. But when the player looks at it, they'll just see Spoon. That's pretty common in a lot of games too. I know that. I remember there was one case in Darkest Dungeon where in the files, if you're familiar with the game, the ruins are called the crypts in the files. I don't know why they changed it, but if you're doing anything in the game's modding, you always have to reference the crypts and not the ruins. Alright, let's do some fishing. Good idea. There was a lot of cases of that with the train simulator I worked on. As well. Can I just duplicate this? Base, good, exceptional, okay. We'd also like a... Well, we can do potion outcome, or we can just do it in... Yeah, we'll do it in the dialogue itself. We'll detect if a spoon net was used. Damn, catching some rare fish. That's what you get, Lazy Fangs. Catch some junk. That's what you deserve. You like junk? Yeah, the trunk. Give me a little luck potion. How do we determine this? Technically speaking, if we only require the stamina potion, okay, hold on. This one's gonna be a little bit different. We're going to require the stamina potion and the luck, which is gonna be. This is gonna make it a little bit different. In which case, if the player just provides the stamina potion, technically the player will get the base reward. If the player provides the luck potion, they will actually get the good or exceptional. I don't think there's any way for the player to get the good outcome just providing stamina, but I gotta check. Your coffee maker broke, oh. That is not good. Let me double check the scoring of this. I want to be sure about it. Main potion score min-max. I think that is currently 100. To 2 or 0 to 100. Base threshold is 35. Main potion score minimum 0 to 100. Main potion base satisfaction amount is 70. Yes, so technically the maximum, and you'd really have to work hard at this. The maximum score you could get from a main potion is 50. But if you just provide the base effect, you get 35. Which means the only way to reach the good or exceptional range is to provide secondary potions. Okay, so here's how we can do it. The required effect is going to be regenerate stamina 2. There will be no bonus effect types. Will penalize negative. We'll have him want something sweet. Or maybe bitter so that the spoon nut's a bit more useful. Yeah, we'll do required flavor, bitter value of 0.5. Within a threshold of 0.1. That way it'll allow anything between 0.4 to 0.6. Now he will require, or he will desire, the secondary effect of luck. But if you provide it to him, he will get disqualified. So this is what it'll look like. And we'll make sure that we put that in the dialogue, right? That you'll offer him like, hey, I can give you some luck if you want to make sure that you win. And he'll mention that they have pretty strict requirements, and he'll probably get caught if he takes it. Or he'll mention this, but say, you know, maybe I can get it through. We'll leave it up to the player's discretion in that regard. Secondary effect types penalized, any negative. That looks okay. I'm actually curious, if we don't have any bonus effect types, do we properly exit out of the scoring in that regard? Don't know. We don't really have a exit out if it's empty. Current potion not required effects. Get effect type. Yeah, we don't really have a failsafe here. Let's add one in. Granted, I'm pretty sure the loop just wouldn't run if it was empty. So this is probably just redundant. Okay, we'll do the same thing here. Okay, that looks good. Just better safe than sorry, right? I love my cascading blueprints. Looks good. Okay. Then we can update the potion outcomes of Thief 4. He will only die if he gets terrible. He will lose if he gets bad. Base, good, and exceptional are separate, and I'm pretty sure we can... We can either handle it through dialogue or handle it through a choice. I'm gonna run it by a choice. Spoon gets disqualified from race. Score threshold terrible dead. Score threshold base. He wins. We'll do provided effect. E luck. I think that will be okay, especially if we just do provided effect, no comparator, was luck found, essentially, is how it's going to check. Theoretically. It provided effect, let's see. Oh yeah, we'll have to check in the secondary potion as well. I forgot that we do that. How do we type that though? The sub value 2 is where we check. Secondary potion. S. I'm pretty sure we need an S there. Yeah. Technically, we could check both. Just to make sure the player didn't slip it in right. Okay, that looks good. And if you use just Spoon Nut, the rat man ends up drowning. So that'll be separate dialogue for that. I'm pretty eepy. I don't know, I was up pretty late last night. I don't really know why. Let's see, we will do... 3 different, or God, we can kind of go like 4 different routes here. First, we have to check if he wins or loses, or gets disqualified. Well, I guess loses is considered that, so we'll start with the good. If you achieved at least if you achieved a potion score of base, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We actually have to just write the, hey, I need to go do the rematch. We're so far ahead of this. I'm writing for 5. I need to be writing for 4. Spoon said he'd be back, and here I am. Spoon! How are you? We'll do a response, and then we'll do a split here based on whether or not he got married. How's the shop? Or we'll do, how's the missus? How's ladle? How's the shop doing? For those that missed it yesterday, Ladle is Spoon's wife. She is a very large ogre woman, and she is pregnant with their baby, who they're going to name Teaspoon. Yeah, it's... How did he even, you're wondering how they banged. How they made little Babby. How do you think? I mean, he mentions that she broke his bed. He implies the first night they slept together, she broke his bed. Because she is not a small or thin woman. She is a giant ogre. I mean, compared to him, right? Like, we drew it yesterday. This is canon in our universe, by the way. This is the actual height. We have Spoon, about that big, and then Ladle, who's about this big. How did she not break his pelvis and spine? I mean, they did it like, I don't know, doggy. Not missionary. Let's say canonically they did it doggy style. Can add that to the Wikipedia. Don't do that. There's gonna be a wiki for this game, and I would hate to see on the lore page for Teaspoon how Teaspoon was conceived, and some citation to a clip that's been saved of me saying that canonically they did it doggy style. Game instantly goes M. I'm pretty sure this game will be rated M. I'm trying to get it to rated teen, but it probably will. I'm gonna put this on. It will be put on YouTube. That's true. Condition for this is saved choice. Which one is it? It's that he lets anyone into his shop. It's kind of a weird one to use for this. But it does work. Okay, that'll be the split. How's the shop? Response. How's ladling? How's the shop? Response. So, I assume you're here for the potion you need for the race. And we'll get response from that. Let's write these up. Spoon, how are you? I'm doing well, human. Everything is going well for Spoon. Better than I could have hoped for. Back when I was in the sewers. And how's the shop, Spoon? The gold is flowing in. People can't stop buying my spoons. And, of course, the spoon, the unconventional spoons. Why does Spoon care about gold coming in for spoons? Because he needs it to pay the rat men. That kind of, for him it is, but he has, you know, the humans, the people that he pays, the rat men, they care about the gold. So for him it doesn't matter, but it matters insofar that it keeps the shop running. Like, his personal goals are a little bit different, or his personal views are different than other people's, so he needs the gold to run his shop. If you want, I can put a choice that the player can say. Like, I thought you didn't care about gold. We'll do it just for you. Thought you didn't care about gold. Mentioned it. The player would only know about this, though, if you went down the... Where do you learn about it? Here. So if you heard about Spoon's dad Full, you would have heard about this. Yeah. Okay, so we save that here. Heard about Spoon's dad full. True. I don't only care about spoons, to be honest. But everything else costs gold. Because apparently this whole world is dumber than rocks. And just likes their shiny currencies. So I don't care, but I do care because others care. Can't hire. Looking from the outside, it's funny that shiny rocks was the currency way before we had any use for it. It's pretty true. I wonder what it is within our monkey brains that likes, like, what is it? Because, you know, like, if we look at predators, right? We see the bright colors, and that triggers our genetic history of, hey, scary thing, right? Stay away from bright colored thing. I'm curious what it is about shiny stone. Is it something that it's built into our DNA, or is it more of a social construct? As the pretentious college kids who think they know everything say. Look, is even a sense of aesthetics where something's pretty and others aren't? It's a good question. Should we ask the good old hot GPT? Why is it that humans like things such as gems and shiny rocks? Is it something in our monkey DNA, or more of a historical social significance due to rarity? Combination of evolutionary, biological, and cultural. Okay, water and survival. One theory suggests that early humans evolved to be attracted to shiny surfaces because they often indicated the presence of water. Don't know about that one. Another evolutionary perspective is that our primate ancestors might have been drawn to glossy and brightly colored fruits, which are often ripe and nutritious. Possible. Human innate preferences. Human infants show a preference for shiny objects, indicating that this attraction might be hardwired into our biology. Okay, so see, that is more legitimate than the previous two, if you ask me. Shiny surfaces reflect light in a way that is visually stimulating, capturing our attention and triggering positive responses. Okay, so that one I could understand. But I'm curious, is it just attracting attention? And then we look at it and maybe then the significance hits, right? Like, oh, shiny thing. Oh, wait. Oh, that's really cool. You know, so it's like we get distracted and attracted. And then we realize that, oh, also this thing is rare and it looks pretty. And then you have like the cultural and social significance, right? The symbolism and status, economic value, of course, like, oh, this thing is expensive. And if you have it, it means that you're usually of high social standing. Yeah, I'm still curious. Like, for me, it's still, but why? Humans' brains' reward systems are activated by the sight of shiny objects. But why? The dopamine release associated with acquiring something perceived as valuable or desirable. Okay, but that's because of the rarity, right? The economic value of it. Like, if you go to a world that is just entirely made of ruby, the ruby's not going to have any value. Does ChatGPT ever help you in game dev? Yes. I think ChatGPT is really good, number one, at like summarizing. So feed it your notes and tell it to summarize. Number two, for brainstorming, I think it's really useful for. And some debugging. It's really good as like a companion. Like, for instance, I can take... summarize these notes about a goblin thief named Spoon for my game. You know, and I think this is one of the legitimate uses for it, where if you... usually it's not going to make things up when you tell it to do this. And I find that really useful because you can then just kind of either copy this into a document or replace your notes, and therefore you have a more readable and shareable summarization of your notes that you can give to other team members. Because giving these notes to like programmers and stuff, it's not really that helpful, or in this case the narrative designer, because it's all kind of... there's no organization to it. So if I give them this, I can at least say, here's some personal history and background of Spoon the Goblin Thief. At least gauge what stands out in the character. Yeah, you can also just ask it like, hey, did I miss anything important when thinking about the background of this character? Say, oh, you're missing this, this, and this, or, you know, which is usually common. So it's like, oh, yeah, let me quickly think of those. I don't like using it to fill in the holes, because it's usually... ChatGPT sucks ass at being super creative and consistent unless you give it a lot of help and information. So it's good to use it as more of a brainstorming tool. It's a way to trigger your own creativity. Yeah, it's like you said, it jolts creativity. Good flint and rock, yeah. But I really wish, one thing that I really wish is when you're asking things that are, you know, can be factual or non-factual, that it gave you a confidence rating. And not just like a bullshit, here, let me think of one, but actually some internal metric to determine confidence on a topic. I feel like that's one thing that's missing from it, and legitimate links to source material training data. So where did you learn the things that you just told me? Well, I mean, once they can actually do some fact checking or link you to proper sources of the information that they've just given you, I think LLMs will finally be at a stage where we can use them in cases where fact is important, right? For like maybe helping out with scientific needs, or scraping data and summarizing it from the internet. Because right now, if you ask it to, hey, can you give me some sources for this? It's literally just going to make up links and not tell you that these links are false. And a lot of people have gotten in trouble for fake citations in their researches because they've just listened to GPT. Yeah, I agree that it's a different direction. I think that if you try to make one AI that does everything perfectly, I don't think it's going to be good. I think ChatGPT is a really good LLM of its best uses are summarizing readily available data or data that you feed it. But I'd like to see another AI model that is trained like specifically on, let's just say, all the scientific papers that have ever been written, theoretically, train it all on that, and make sure that when it tells you something, it gives you all the citational links to the places where it's summarized that data from. Like, that would be incredible. We're getting off topic, though. Currently, if you want to run your own, hold on, I can find you guys a link to something that worked pretty well for me. Where is it? I found it. Okay. I highly recommend this for you guys. Get LM Studio. This is a really, really easy to use way to software to help self-host your own LLMs, and you can download a lot of publicly available LLMs. A lot of ones too that are not censored and do not restrict what you can ask them. So if you're looking for something that you can self-host offline, this is such a simple and easy way to do it. Of course, it's going to be dependent on how good your GPU is, but if you have a pretty decent GPU, the tokens per second you get will be pretty decent. I'm supposed to be down for a few hours and I'm trying to get Zenite. Llama's okay. I really liked Mixtro was pretty good. And, I mean, there's so many. But I can highly recommend this. This was really, really easy to use. Oh, Llama. I tried Mixtral. I was getting 5 to 6 tokens per second with Mixtral 8x7b. It was like one of their best ones. I think there's a comparison here. $250. Yeah, this one, the 32 gigabyte one. This one was pretty good. Gotta run now. Good luck to XP. And I know for sure that some of these were not censored. Like, you could legitimately ask it for some pretty unconventional things. Oh, I don't know about this. I mean, all I know is that this was, you just press like a few buttons and you can download any of the available models and run them pretty easily. And then up the tokens. I think I did 32,000 tokens on Mixtral, but you could up it to 256,000 tokens, which is pretty cool. And I was getting 16 to 17 tokens a second with Llama 3 7B, which is pretty nice. You could offload it to RAM, actually. You didn't have to run it just on VRAM, you could offload it to RAM. But I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, so that wasn't a problem for me. Yeah, it depends. The model depends on what you're doing it for and how many tokens. Like, there will be ways to slow it down. The reason ChatGPT works so well is because they have fucking supercomputers running this. and the tokens that you have available to you aren't that exceptional. But if you want to run your own offline, there are options, and it works pretty well. And then you can also train your own data too, which is pretty cool. And that's what I'm most interested in, is feeding my own data to train an AI model that can run for each of my games, so that developers can look up information about the game's documentation without having to find the right place in the document or find multiple places where one thing's mentioned. It means I can set up a program to retrain the data every evening or at the end of every week, and the developers can answer their own questions very quickly about the game's design without having to bother the designers, unless they need it to be sure right. I don't know, there's I wouldn't say that it's unreliable. It depends how you feed that data in and how you train it. There's still the hallucination chance, yes. Which is the one thing I really hate about LLMs currently. That's why the confidence level is so necessary. Okay, gold flowing and people can't stop being my spoons. No, can't stop buying my spoons. And of course the unconventional spoons. For some reason, the shovels are constantly out of stock. Thought you didn't care about gold. That's one question you can ask. So assume you're here for the potion you need for the race. Option 2. This will actually be the one that leads forward through things. What I can do is allow this to be asked, and then put a condition that it's only been asked once. All I will say is that I know someone, not going to name names, who uses ChatGPT for market research for games. And you might be thinking, oh, there might be some legitimate uses. Well, let's just say this person uses it to obtain numbers, what you would want factual data for. And they use ChatGPT to obtain that. Which is one of the most unreliable things you can use ChatGPT for, is obtaining factual numbers and data. And asking it, would this game sell well? My special lady is doing fine. Stomach's getting larger every day. Though to be fair, it was already pretty large. Sure knows how to eat the stew. wait until ChatGPT can be placed inside of a sex robot. The only goal that we have as humans is just to make things we can use with our genitalia. It's an AI LLM. I can't continue this roleplay. Yeah. Just gets censored by OpenAI. Or you ask it to, you know, like, I don't know, you ask it to pretend to be like some Asian lady, and you're like, oh, you know, I can't perpetuate harmful stereotypes. 2 a.m. here. Head to bed. Take care, Caden. Sleep well, and talk to you later. Make sure to fish before you go to bed. Can't forget that. Why did money just come out of my bank account? Who would do that? Oh, money just came into my bank account. Okay, no, we like that. That's a good thing. That is a plus number, not a minus number. Okay, so I assume you're here for the potion you need for the race. Yes, indeed. Caught a common perch. Not bad. Not bad. Could be worse. Could have caught junk, right? I need a stamina potion to help with my rowing. That much should be allowed. Red-knobbed starfish. I've got a red knob. I did not just catch a can. Fuck off, I did not just catch... God damn it. More junk today. And when this finishes, we will tell it to start dialogue from here. This will be more of like a proper loop. Set close button. Let's make it visible. Got the stamina potion. Or did you need something? Okay, what do we want the player to be able to ask here? Let's ask about the race rules. So this race has rules? Or rules on like substances? This race has rules on substances you can use. by chance, did you find any more spoon nuts on the way here? Because of course, right? And what else? We'll put his lore loop here too. We didn't do it in 6, but that's because that is the... Well, we should probably have it in 6 as well. It won't matter in 5, but we should add the lore in 6. Either of these will work. Just need to copy this. Can I ask something about you? Would you like to know? And this will save location in dialogue. Like to ask a more personal question. Good Morgan, hey, almost absent. How you doing? What's your opinion on tradable, untradeable items from a game design perspective? It depends on what type of economy, because assuming that this is like a multiplayer game, I think it depends on the type of economy that you're trying to have and the ways that you want to reward players for their achievements. Let's take a look at a couple good examples. So, I think Path of Exile is a good example, right? Where very few items in the game are untradeable. You can get some of the rarest items in the game, like a Mirror of Calandra, a Headhunter, a Mage Blood, you know? All extremely desirable items, sometimes that sell for hundreds of dollars on the black market. You can trade them. No restrictions. I think that this goes a good way to allow players to find, to create the economy that they want, and to determine value based both on rarity but also necessity. And I don't see many issues with it apart from there isn't a great in-game way to show off whether or not you obtained something by hard work. A counter example would be, I don't know, what's like a multiplayer game where nothing is really tradable, or very few things are. I think like Diablo 3 and 4, right? Or Diablo 4 would be probably a better one, where I believe there's a lot of, I mean, there's Iron Man, but what's a good example of just the base game experience of a multiplayer game where very few things are tradable? I could swear in Diablo 4, for instance, pretty much everything, and that's not even a great game, but I know that that was pretty upsetting for people, like with soul-bound items, right? It's like, oh, I can't trade this, or oh, the person wasn't with me in my, the person wasn't with me in my team when we found the item, so I can't trade it with them, right? Most good gear is either untradeable or bind and equip. Okay, so WoW might be a good example then. I think what that does is it shows that when a player is wearing something good, or when a player has achieved something, that they have at least, you can be sure that they did that they had the skill to obtain that, or they worked hard enough to obtain it. And that's really good for like social status, but it's bad for economy because the players don't really have any meaningful thing to trade. I know that also Elder Scrolls Online had cases of that where there were certain things that were bind on equip, and I don't like that because it means that you can't really get rid of old gear by giving it to, I don't know, a friend who just started the game, or a new player randomly. You can't just drop it on the ground for someone to pick it up. You can't trade it to make some money back if you bought it in the first place. It's kind of dumb, and it also sucks with like crafting because I don't know, it just kind of doesn't make sense that you could craft something good for yourself and then it's bound on equip and now you can't give it to some other player. Like, why? So I think that there are certain cases where I enjoy untradables, and there are certain cases where I don't like it. It would depend on the instance for me. Prevents pay to win. That's true. It does prevent pay to win. Although there are still cases of, well, you know, I'll sell the service of doing the hard thing. Like, you can spend money with me, I'll play on your account or play through screen sharing and do the thing for you so that you have this untradeable item. And we see that with, I see that with old school RuneScape, for instance. With not with fire capes, with inferno capes. Never stop it fully, but then they need to grind the time to do the farming and leveling. Yeah, it does help. You're not wrong. You know of anything happening beyond this part of the realm? We still don't really know how to utilize this properly. We'll figure it out. Actually, never mind. Issue with tradable items is it incentivizes just doing one activity in the game, which makes the most money per hour, so you can buy the items the quickest, rather than doing a lot of different content to get a lot of different items. I can understand the rationale behind that. I would say playing devil's advocate here, or just being contrarian to your point, is that I enjoy tradable items because it allows you to do the content that you like that makes a lot of money in order to buy the things that you want instead of doing content that you may not enjoy. For instance, I fucking hate Zulrah. I think Zulrah sucks as a boss in Old School RuneScape. I don't like doing Zulrah. I like the fact that I can buy a blowpipe without having to do Zulrah. By doing content that I do enjoy, such as Vorkath or Hydra. You know, I vastly enjoy these two bosses over Zulrah. And they all have relatively equivalent GP per hour, right? Begin dialogue. This is the lore loop. Begin dialogue. And then this will push back to here. If you don't like a certain boss, but what if you do like a certain boss, but it's not good money per hour? I agree. I agree that there's that case. There are bosses that I like that kind of suck for GP per hour. What would be a good example? I mean, let's just ignore Iron Man for the moment, right? Because that's a bit of a different playstyle. So I think that one of the bosses that I like that has shit GPT per hour would be... It's hard to say because some of them I like because they're chill, right? And because they're chill, they're meant for like, or they are chill because they're meant for like newer players. And at the time that you would experience them as a newer player, it's pretty tough. But then when you're end game, you don't, the GP per hour sucks for that boss, but it's a chill boss to do. What would be a good example of a higher level boss, like mid to end game boss, that sucks ass for GP per hour, but is really fun to play? Assuming old school RuneScape. Because this is the one that I know the most, right? By the way, I mean, just because I'm scrolling this, Perilous Moons, really fun. I really like these three bosses. I think they're both good GP per hour, and they're fun. Except for, I don't like Blue Moon. Blue Moon kind of sucks. Calvite Queen, Kriara. I mean, can we consider Corp? Corp kind of sucks. Like, no way in hell you're gonna get this drop. And it takes way too long to do solo. Okay, actually, you know what? Wilderness bosses. I think there are quite a few wilderness bosses that are, like Scorpia, just sucks ass for GP per hour, but is pretty cool. Uspa. Honestly, I mean, taking a look at it, it's pretty well balanced. I mean, all the ones that I think are, that should be valuable are pretty valuable. Maybe, what's the GGs per kill? It's not bad. It's mostly because Black Tourmaline cores have gone up in price. Back when these were like 2 to 3 million each, I would say that this would be a poorly balanced fight in terms of difficulty to GP per hour. Because I think this fight is pretty fun, but back when these were less than half the price they are now, it was just not worth it. Abyssal Sire might fall into that too. Thermi maybe, but Thermi is just kind of chill. I don't know. They're not bad. I'll say this. It's not as bad. I just think first off, there's a lot of sucky bosses in old school RuneScape that I think for the challenge are ass. I think the ones that are fun generally have pretty good drops for the level that you're supposed to do them at, right? I would say my complaint with old school RuneScape bosses is that there are certain bosses that suck to do. They just suck ass. And because of how much they suck ass, they do not provide enough money for how much they suck ass. Like Calvite Queen. there's just no value doing Cal Fight Queen unless you're an Iron Man, because it sucks ass. You waste so much time and money for no worthwhile drops. I wonder how much GP Infernal Capes would sell for if they were tradable. I mean, you can look up like the price of these. By the way, don't do this. You will get caught. You will get banned. And also, I think it's really scummy. What's the price of this? It doesn't even say the price. Check out our pricing calculator. Okay, I see. So let's assume we're in EU. Upload speed is normal. Let's just say maxed. Everything. No Tebow. Let's go with like ACB or something. $110 US. Okay. I mean, it would just be like times 3, so 330. So 330 per mil. It would be like 330 mil. Let's just say 350 mil for a Infernal Cape if you wanted to buy it with in-game gold if we assume black market prices. By the way, do not purchase black market gold or Infernal Capes. You will get fucked. If Cape sellers use TeamView, could you still get banned? Yes. Yeah, because they do still check some of that stuff. It's just not worth it. Although 330, if we assume that 350 mil for an Infernal Cape is actually pretty damn cheap. Getting 350 mil in the game is not too terribly difficult. We need an exit out of here too. Infernal Cape is basically a B ring for your back. I want to try if I ever try it, because I haven't tried it yet. But my first goal is save up enough money, buy a Tebow, use the Tebow, make some more money, take Tebow, you know, max my like prayer, and then go in and try my Infernal. Is there ever a story where the game devs were selling gold to their game on black market? Yes, actually, Old School RuneScape did that. Yeah, I don't know exactly, and I'm pretty sure they're still doing it. But Old School RuneScape specifically made fake gold selling sites to ban people for attempting to buy gold. I'm nearly 100% sure about that being a factual story. More about making money. I don't know if they used it to make money. Activision won a court case recently against a cheat company and won 15 million US. I like stuff like that. You know, I'm not a big fan of cheating in games. I'm not a big fan of cheating in multiplayer games where it's not allowed by the rules, right? Single player games, who cares? Modded servers, who cares, right? It's like, but if I'm entering a game world where I am, you know, everybody signs an agreement not to cheat and somebody cheats, I don't like that. Races, rules, and substances you can use. This will lead to the luck stuff. These are just more spoon nuts. Have you visited your dad yet? That'll be where he'll say, "No, I want to win this race first and then go visit him." A lot of edge cases where it's difficult to tell if something is cheating or not. There are, yeah. It's not perfect, but I don't like it. What kind of cheating could be on edge, like botting? For most MMOs, botting is very much against the rules. And I would even say that I don't like the idea of using multiple accounts on stuff with something like old school RuneScape. I much prefer you only are allowed to be logged into one character at a time. Unless those characters have no interaction. Hair flicking is bug abuse? Yeah, it is. But it's not bug abuse, it's more of... It's not abusing a bug. It's more of a, what's the term for abusing a game mechanic? It's a, what's the word for it? Hey, Lazarla. How you doing? What's the term? It was unintended, but it is not abusing a bug. It's a manipulation of how the game engine calculates when your prayer stat should go down. Exploiting, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. It's an exploitation, which to some extent exploiting a game mechanic in a way that was unintended could be against the rules, but it's more that they would just patch it out if they didn't allow it. So exploits usually don't result in bans unless the exploit has a dramatically bad effect on the economy or something, right? Like a duplication. Although I guess duplication would be more of a bug. You know, there's a fine line to ride here. Just making some late night, early morning chicken tenders. Oh. Fuck, I want those. I fucking love chicken tenders. People make fun of me all the time because it's like, oh, you just go to McDonald's every time and you get chicken strips. It's like, yeah, because that's what tastes the best to me. You want me to try something else? I don't want to try something else. I want to get the thing that tastes the best to me, which is the chicken strips. Oh, well, we'll go into this restaurant and they have chicken strips. Yeah, I want to see what their chicken strips taste like. Because I like chicken strips. I'm kind of shaken up from the time I found mold in the bottle. Ugh. I have, in a couple cases, eaten rotten food on accident. And they will haunt my memories. And, you know, those couple instances have taught me. Number one, if it's past its expiration date, throw it out. Number two, always look at all the food you eat before you eat it. And number three, there are some food that you have to open up a bit to check if it's okay in order to determine. People have been banned for holding down spacebar for 6 hours to stay logged in Mine or Nightmare Zone. But it's the thing that if they are holding down the button, it's okay. If they're not, if they're having something else like their phone, I understand. I think Jagex makes a pretty clear line. A human needs to do the interaction. One click, one action. You can often eat expiration after a day. I mean, it depends on the thing, right? And there are some things that if you put their expiration date is based on if you don't put them in like the fridge, but putting them in the fridge could extend the life. Some things like I think it's onions. Or garlic you don't want to put in the fridge. Garlic actually has a longer shelf life if you don't put it in the fridge. And garlic also will have a long shelf life if you don't break open the clove. Once you break open the clove, it starts its downhill, but you can usually have unopened cloves of garlic for like months before they start to go bad. And then weeks once you start to open it up. There's a guy who said he put his medically severed toe in the space bar. Pretty funny. Find out a way to see who holds down the button, then I'll be fired from my job. Can't take. I'd like to have a luck potion. But I think I can slip it past the check. So you want me to make a luck potion for you? Are you sure you won't? Are you sure you won't get caught? I think a heartbeat clicker is cheating. It's just like your body clicking. I think Jagex might not be able to determine that. After my family moved into our current house, we had to do tons of renovation. Most of that plumbing hadn't been used for literal years. Cut to me drinking a glass of water from the tap. Went to get a second drink, but then algae spat out of the foul faucet. Threw up and wouldn't drink from the tap for months. I once bit into it was like this chocolate cake. I don't know, it was like this chocolate cake pastry thing. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe I can find something that kind of resembles it. Imagine this, but like compressed to twice the density, okay? It was like this thick thing. And it was sitting out on the counter with with foil over it. You know, it's like, okay, it's chocolate. I mean, I didn't see anything on it. It looked fine. And it had these like crunchy bits in it that, you know, just to help give it some texture, right? These crunchy, like long sticks or whatever. Tasted pretty good. Now, it was out on the counter for, I don't know, like a week. But again, there was nothing on it. There was no mold, no like weird taste to it, no weird smell to it. It looked fine. I cut up a piece. I bite into it, not looking. And I, you know, take a look at where I bit, right? You bite something, you kind of look at it, you're like, okay, that's kind of cool. And I see a like worm wriggling about in the place that I just took a bite from. Never again do I just casually grab something from the counter and bite into it without checking. Never again. And it's like, I probably could have eaten this worm, not gotten sick. Never again. Never again. I always look, I check everything. It's a worm cake. When I was little, I ate a mold cake and it tastes good to me. Ugh. Gross. That's fucking gross. I'm gonna pass on that one. That's a no for me. Been looking for ones for years. If you'd like, sure. I'm pretty confident I can slip it past them. But if you think it's too much, just the stamina potion will do. I'll give it some thought. That's going to lead back to here. Some neighbors of my friend that live in a flat in Warsaw got mad at each other. One guy went to the basement of the building and hit water pipes for a few times. The water was orange for a few days in the whole building. Oh my god. Pipes are so old, they got so much shit on them just waiting to fall. That's messed up. We just had the pipes replaced in our building, so hopefully we won't have issues. Have any of you guys ever made cider before? Like alcoholic cider? Like with proper cider yeast, aging it, you know, from like apple juice. I want to try doing it because I've heard that that's a good starter if you want to start making your own beer, and I'd like to start making my own beer. But I, you know, want to learn from some of the like the basics. Never ever even heard anyone doing it. It's apparently pretty easy. You just have to get fresh pressed apples. So not apple juice with the preservatives in it, because that'll fuck up the yeast. But you get that, you put it in a big, you know, tub or container, add the yeast, close it up, give it a month, you're good to go. Make them like a poll that you're slowly turning into. I've made Nelivka Domova. I made a few of those. Some pretty good ones too. Reference to a stream GT Live did of Five Nights at Freddy's World when it came out. They referred to the game as a worm cake. Something that looks tasty and fun on the outside, but it's disturbing and gross on the inside. I finally found one. Dude, I just froze. Like, I saw it, froze, threw it into the sink. Like, just tried to get as much out of my mouth. I never touch that again. Never trust anything that's just laying on the counter again. Even if it's... I just don't trust it. Not even gonna attempt. Just last week, too, I found deli cut turkey with, like, some yellow shit on the back. And I just don't trust that. It was really weird. Maybe you guys have seen this. Sliced deli turkey yellow. It looked like this, but even a bit worse. And I'm like, no. That's a no for me. Yeah. The iridescence of it is normal. Like, the iridescence is fine. But I'm pretty sure that cut deli meat should not have anything yellow on it. I've seen some places say that that might be fine. I've seen other places say that it might be, I think it was like listeria. Bacteria. I don't see any good pictures of it. But either way, you know, yeah, I don't want to eat deli meat with potential bacterial colonies on it. Thank you very much. It's funny you should ask, because I did indeed find a few. Feel free to have them. And we need to make sure that we check if the proper information is obtained about the spoon nuts. Received spoon nut. I've also been to restaurants before, and you know, like I said, I order a lot of chicken. I eat a lot of chicken in the world. And I have been to restaurants before where their chicken tenders were undercooked. So one of the things that I will often do when I get chicken tenders at any restaurant, that I know that they're not just like reheating it from cooked, is just cut into one. Cut into one, cut into your chicken always before you take a bite. And always do it like through the thickest part. Because if any part's going to be undercooked, it will be that part. And I'm pretty sure you don't want salmonella. It's not going to be a good evening. And here in Europe too, you have to be pretty careful. At least in Poland, they don't clean the outside of their eggs. So there is, you know, there is a possibility for salmonella issues because of that. Thanks, Spoon. You're right, if you clean the outside, they go bad quicker. But if you put them in the fridge, even with the cleaned outside, they will last pretty long. How long do cleaned eggs last in the refrigerator? 2 months. It's just that they must be refrigerated. But I mean, 2 months for eggs is pretty damn good. Just checked my tenders. They were lukewarm after being in the oven for 15 minutes and the middle was still solid. So we're going to have to wait a bit. That'll be. Yes, uncleaned eggs do last longer. But that's also where the salmonella comes from, is the outside of the egg. And usually when you're cracking an egg, your fingers do end up touching some of the yolk and white that come out. And so that's how you can have some salmonella poisoning. So it's just that like washed eggs need to be refrigerated. So like the ones that you get in the US. Like these. I mean, these are just farm fresh eggs. But the ones that you buy like here, these need to be refrigerated. But they have been cleaned beforehand to prevent salmonella spread. And the ones that you buy from like the farm will last longer and don't need to be refrigerated for a while. Although they will still last longer in the refrigerator. But you do have to wash them beforehand before you like crack them open or do something with them. Thanks, Spoon. By the way, could you teach me to find spoon nuts in the wild? You want to look for spoon nuts yourself? Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I'll give the player to say, no, on second thought, I don't need that knowledge. Second thought, don't need that knowledge. Arcade seems so weird, like they're fakely made. They're not fakely made. They're just they undergo a. I think there's a how it's made video about eggs. How it's made eggs. That's in the UK. Oh no, this is the one. Here, we can watch how it's made eggs. You guys ready for the egg lore?
Hens don't have to mate to lay eggs. And as long as there's no rooster in the vicinity, the eggs will remain unfertilized and edible. The color of the shell is determined by the breed of hen.
Yeah.
But there's no difference when it comes to shell color. White or brown, all eggs are the same inside.
You hear that, chat? White or brown, all eggs are the same inside. And so are we. It's deep. Eggs are just humans. Humans are eggs.
The whole thing begins in the hen house, where female chickens start laying eggs when they're 19 weeks old.
Damn. 19 weeks and already making eggs. What's your excuse? Human babies.
The building is well ventilated, with the temperatures and humidity strictly controlled. To stimulate laying,
This is the difference, is that it is it is an egg prison.
fluorescent lighting simulates 15 hours of daylight. The hens eat a measured amount.
It just looks like Minecraft farm. Okay, so I actually made a what I call a KFC chicken farm in Minecraft, which is a 3x3x3 cube structure that will, once you load it up with a few chickens, it very compactly will generate new chickens over time. And once the chickens reach adulthood, they will burn in a bit of lava above them, and a hopper below will catch the cooked chicken. So if anybody wants, I can teach you how to make that.
3 times a day.
It's a very compact automatic chicken farm.
Mixed with soya bean for protein. It's fortified with vitamins and minerals and contains calcium to
Probably more humane way of making farm than some companies.
The hens also drink water
You're not
from
wrong.
nipple-ended tubes attached to their cages. All these carefully monitored conditions are designed to maximize the yield.
Okay.
The average hen lays about 300 eggs a year. The cage floor is
300 eggs a year. Damn, that's nearly one per day. That's pretty wild that it can make one entire egg per day. I mean, that's crazy. I'm not even sure how the egg gets formed inside of the chicken. Like it's a pretty wild concept.
sloped, so the eggs automatically roll onto a conveyor belt. Then it's onto a larger conveyor belt which transports the eggs to the packing room. The hen's manure drops through the bottom of their cages onto a conveyor belt below. Even so, some eggs do get dirty, so they're thoroughly cleaned and disinfected later on.
Okay, so this is pretty chill, right? Watching this, it's pretty cool. Do not watch how I mean, unless you want to, but I wouldn't recommend watching how chicken tenders and like chicken nuggets are made. Let's just say there's a conveyor belt with little chicks on them. And it goes exactly where you think a conveyor belt with little chicks on them that end up with the final product of chicken nuggets. As when eating eggs, I start feeling weird, thinking it's just some place for little chickens to grow. It's like eating inside of a woman's belly. Nuggets are mostly made from chicken waste. I don't know. Look at the conveyor belts. They have to do something with the little chicks.
Automated equipment transfers the eggs onto plastic flats.
And it's cheaper not to raise a chicken to adulthood in order to make it.
It places them wide end up to keep the yolks properly centered.
Not saying all places do it, but I'm saying that there are places that do it.
Until a refrigerated truck ships them to the grading station, whose job is to classify the eggs by quality. The best, grade A, end up on supermarket shelves. Lesser grades go to processing plants to be turned into ingredients used in foods, pharmaceuticals, and products such as shampoos.
What kind of like pharmaceuticals and shampoos use eggs? I didn't even know that there might be shampoos that use eggs. That's wild. You can mash an entire chick. There's videos out there.
Automated station is high-tech.
Again, I'm not saying every place does it, but
processing 144,000
it happens.
eggs per hour. First, a suction machine lifts the eggs off the flats and transfers them onto a moving track leading to the cleaning station. There, a washer gently scrubs the eggs with
And they
soap.
usually do it with the roosters because, you know, for the farms to make eggs, they don't need roosters. So, the male chicks, what do you think happens to them?
And disinfectant. The water is 45 degrees Celsius. Anything hotter would cook the eggs. Then it's into a dryer for 5 seconds to evaporate the moisture.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't mind just buying just cooked eggs. I wouldn't mind it if I could just go into the store, buy a dozen cooked eggs.
Bright light, which highlights the condition of the shells. Workers do a visual inspection, removing any that are cracked.
How do you even see that? How do you see that that's cracked?
Any that are cracked.
They all look the same to me.
A grading camera above assesses the condition and quality of the shell's exterior. Further down the line, other cameras will inspect the interior for blood.
Can't see it in a 480p. Do not speak bad about 480p. This is how we all grew up on the internet, okay? Sometimes not even 480. 480 was a luxury back in the day.
To check the strength of the eggshells, acoustic sensors tap on the eggs, detecting any brittle shells by the different sounds of the tap.
What?
The inspection machines mark and reject.
They tap the eggs and determine the quality of the shell based on the sound they make? I didn't know that.
Any egg that doesn't make the A grade. The approved eggs move on to
God
electronic
damn.
scales, which register their weight class from small to large. Pressure-controlled claws then transport them to the corresponding packaging line.
What was that?
On the way, every egg gets stamped with a lot number for quality control tracking.
Gotta watch. It's kind of wild that they do so much work to determine the grade of an egg.
Before date. As in all mass-produced food, there are arguments about the quality of food produced and the quality of life for the animal in question. If in doubt, the best thing is to buy free-range or organic, which ultimately...
When in doubt, I like chickens, so I'm not gonna stop doing what I do. I hate to say it, but like, get me cheap chicken now. Oh, the chicken didn't live a great life while it was bred for food, so, you know, what am I supposed to do? I'm not eating the chicken and thinking, damn, this chicken had such a good life. I'm thinking, damn, this chicken tastes so good. I didn't know so much work went into grading eggs. I thought it was mainly about like the size of the egg. I didn't know that it was like also the weight and the quality of the shell and all these things. Factories scare me a little though. Yeah, they kind of do, don't they? Like, I agree that it kind of sucks. I'm not going to say it doesn't suck. But there's only one way that we can feed as many people as we feed. And that is with farms like that. Like it's either that or we spend 5 to 6 times as much on eggs and meat. And I don't think people are willing to do that. Because in a lot of cases, you know, cheap cuts of meat and eggs are a very cheap and protein-rich source of food, right? Eggs are extremely, you know, rich in terms of nutrients per gram, and same with meat. Okay, let's see. Let's copy this. Chickens are stupid as fuck anyway. Their brain size smaller than my balls, man. I mean, yeah. It's just like, it's a fact of our species and scale of our society that we need to have mass farms. We are omnivores. We need meat. We need the nutrients from meat. There's only one way to get meat, and that's to kill animal. Trying to justify to keep meat cheap. No, I think meat should be cheap. I don't think meat should be a luxury food item. I think certain cuts of meat are okay to keep kind of luxury. But meat as a whole and eggs, I think, are staple foods at this point for a lot of our cultures. And they should be kept cheap. They're some of the best sources of certain nutrients. Alright, this will lead back to here. You guys excited for any movies this year? I know it's becoming, I guess, less and less common for movies to be good, but are there any this year that you guys really can't wait for? Brain size doesn't correlate intelligence. We also have massive brains and I don't see Atlantis anywhere. It's about the density. See, my mom always said that I am very dense, which means that I am intelligent. Don't really watch movies anymore. There's so many. There just really aren't that many great movies coming out anymore. You guys ever see Hypnotizing Chicken with the Lion? I have seen that. Chickens certainly aren't the most intelligent things in the world. Fucking moth in here. Get out of here. I know I'm excited for Joker 2. I am really curious about the direction that they're going with making it almost a sort of like musical. You know, I guess it's a bit of a stretch for the definition, but I loved the first Joker, and this one seems to be a great way to dive deeper into the psyche, utilizing I feel like a method that is not as explored through song. And it fits the character so well. Okay, that looks good. Spoon nuts. Potion specifics. We'll do one for like potion reminder too, just in case you forget what he needs. We'll do it up here. Remind me again what potion you needed. We've definitely, like chickens for instance, we've bred to have massive breasts, which, you know, some people really seem to like. I for one am a big proponent of massive breasts on chicken. Usually not a fan of the large breasticles, but on chickens, oh yeah. The larger the better. So large they hurt the back. It's a good time for you to enter. Talking about large breasts. You don't hit on mommies? Great time to enter. We're talking about chicken breasts though. We're saying that large breasts on chickens are great. I don't think anybody would argue that small-breasted chickens are better. Chicken mommies are hitting them. Don't discriminate breasts by species. Because you're a furry. Thanks for the reminder. The disdain in your voice hurts my meow meow. Please never say that to me again. Hey Datu, how you doing? Any new gains to speak of? I did a little bit of forestry last night. Nothing interesting. I accidentally let a medium clue despawn. That was pretty upsetting. Finished the character spread. I got frustrated with the event system. Well, at least you got a character done. I mean, that's something, right? I can tell you guys I am really tired of working on dialogue. I'm so done with this. I need a break. Once we get his main story done, I'm going to pass it over to some testers, and then I'll work on other things for it. This fishing thingy? Type exclamation point fish and have fun. I'll do it too. Got a mackerel, nice. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. AFK and woodcutting after completing my 300th rumor, but they are updating game. Right now? On Tuesday? I got a salmon, nice. One of the perfect uses of GPT. I once used GPT to write a meme message about printers and it ended up being in a Jabbo. I don't know if you guys watch Jabbo on YouTube. Makes some cool stuff, and I ended up getting into one of his videos. His streams are really nice, very entertaining. And it was about how my fictitious dad died because of a printer accident. Long story. Don't we have to convince him to go see his dad? What I'm saying is you tricked a creator to use AI generated content. Yep. Got him. I don't think we actually have to convince him to go see his dad. It's just he's going to go see his dad. And if we know about it, he'll mention it. Where did we write it? Which? I swear it was yesterday. We wrote about how he's only going to go back to see his dad once he feels like he's accomplished enough. Was it about the commemorative spoons? So it would have been in 3A and 3B. So it wasn't yesterday, it was last week. Visiting dad again, okay. So we need to have heard about Spoon's dad full. There are exercises. You guys should save your points though, because at some point you will be able to get a free copy of Cauldron Chronicles by using channel points. It's going to be pretty expensive, but you can save some money that way. I've been down for an hour. Is it from some like planned maintenance? Ooh, fish boost. Nice redeem. Everybody make sure to do your fishing if your time is back up. Oh, it's planned maintenance, okay. Probably to fix some bug. 3 hours offline, Jesus. Wall sit. Alright. If it's for 5 minutes, that means you can just do it once? Yeah. Currently, you can only do it once per fish boost because of the cooldown. Seconds. And some Scott. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leg day. Yesterday was pretty wild. We had somebody catch a car. We had somebody catch... we had 2 people catch crowns. And a treasure chest was found. So hopefully you guys get some good luck today. I think my cooldown was still in effect. So I'm going to try fishing again. You took all the luck? Oh shit, okay. Oh! Did I get a ducky? Fuck yeah, bro. Okay, but the ducky isn't trash, right? What is this fish thing? I mean, it's cool, but what for? Just for fun? Yeah, it's just for fun. Just for lols. We might do something with the, with like the leaderboards in the future. So there is a leaderboard, and I was thinking we could do like a game giveaway for whoever has the highest gold amount on the leaderboard, or spin for everybody within like the top 10. I don't know. We'll see. This conditional is that we have heard about Spoon's dad, and we've only asked this once. Got a rabbit fish. Holy shit. We'll need to save a bit of potion data here, or a choice. Heard about luck potion thief 4. False. Save it to true. Why does the trigger so late? You guys, okay. I'm not crazy. Why does that trigger so late? Somebody answer that for me. That's supposed to trigger when you redeem the exercises. And that was 5 minutes ago. It's gonna play again for the squats, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. Let me look. I will double check. Nice bike. Nice bike catch on that. I mean, I could change it to a different command group. But it's all the sounds are part of the same command group, right? And they play immediately. You guys redeem any of the sounds, they play immediately. No problem. I do not know why that one is.
FBI, open up!
Like that one. It's immediate. Or that one. Stop it.
Curse you, Bale!
Guess what?
Curse you! Curse you! Curse you, Bale!
You have way too many points. I should put a channel point multiplier cost just for you, Lazy Fangs. I don't see it. I don't see where there would be something preventing that from playing immediately. Punishing your yeah, it's I only punish the loyal viewers. I don't punish the new viewers. No, I don't see it. I'll just turn the sound for that one off then, because those are the only ones that fuck up. I don't know why. Unless... No, that can't be it. No way that's it. What if it's waiting? Because for the rare fish boost, right? It triggers, it waits for 5 minutes, and then it does fish boost off, right? What if you do sound redeems during the time that it's waiting? I bet that might be the cause of it. I don't know why it would be, because they're completely separate groups. They should have separate queues. That is my theory. potion reminder.
Curse you, Bale!
Okay, here's the real test. Cue up the fart, sniff, and then moan. In that order. So far, that is what Huge Cookie has determined to be the best combo. Heard about luck potion thief 4. True. Or I guess this one would be false. This one would be the true one. Make sure it's strong as you can make it. Sure, the stamina potion is as strong as you can make it. What a muscle. Okay, we need to run an event on this too to hide the close button. Want to eat all I catch. Well, you can go fishing with me. IRL, and we can eat all the stuff we catch. We should have a greeted thief 4 option here. I don't see it though. We have a duplicate of greeted thief 2A and 2B. That's not good. That could cause some problems. We should put a, when we initialize these choices into the game, we should put a little bit of code there to warn if there's any duplicates. I might do that. Should be pretty easy. Say that you might catch some junk too. It's true. Find branch. Print string.
Curse you, Bale!
An E-gun. Duplicate. Choice found. I want to try something. I'm gonna be mad. What do you want to try? Spam sounds. How are you going to spam sounds? If you're gonna use some bot to do it, please don't do that. That would be a bit overboard. If you're gonna use some macro to do it, don't do that. That could get that's just spammy at that point, right? Queuing up sounds, if you can click it fast enough by hand, that's one thing, but yeah, doing it because there's clearly something wrong with my cues in here at some point. I don't know why. I don't seem to know how to fix that. I don't even see a way to put like a cue. Like I grouped everything into a sound group, but there's no way to tell it which cue to use. I don't know if you want to eat a hermit crab. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay, I know what I need to do, but I'll have to fix it after stream. You got a nugget. I know what I have to do. We'll fix it later. Guess I could do this a bit more conveniently. No, it's fine. I'll do it this way for now. It's the way we've been doing it.
Curse you, Bale!
How you doing, Cut the Gutter? Nice farts. The ultimate one is the... Yeah, and then you have to do the sniff right after it. Hello. Sylph7OP. Tell me what to call you. You entered at a great time when people are spamming farts. Beautiful time for it. I love it. You guys have way too many points. I need to make these more expensive. I am not doing the dance. I am busy working. Greed a thief for true. This will be greed a thief for false. I am a coward. That is true. I ran to Poland. What do you think that is? This will be empty, and then we will do begin dialogue, and that's going to jump us over to here. It's a Giga Chad move. Poland is a prison. That the EU made. The people of Poland are stuck here because apparently this Voti is not worth anything. What does going to a PvE server from a PvPvE server have to do with anything? I like my PvP. Choose to stay here. Cope. Cope harder. Alright, these look good. I think they're set up properly. Potion reminder, lore loop. Germany? I don't want to go to Germany. I mean, I like bratwurst. They have nice beer. Language is too violent, though. I can win this race. I'll go see my dad. Hope the guards have been good to him. But maybe he'll be released soon. Only thing they have him on is... Only thing they locked him up for is breaking into a house to try and steal spoons. Leave Poland just play on easy mode. You are the one that plays on easy mode. You play every single game on easy mode. And then you complain that we had to turn down the difficulty. Does it live on the hard mode? Yeah, do you? Game dev shames player for using accessibility functions. That's right. I shame accessibility and disability alike. Wait. Clip it and ship it. See, you're supposed to do the Gotham for that. I'll do it for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
How long has your dad been in jail? Yeah, I could be canceled. I mean, they can try to cancel me. The thing is, I just don't have a filter for things. There's not really going to be anybody that can censor me at this point. It's been too... I've lived too long for that. No, don't change my filter. I like it dirty. How long has your dad been in jail? I don't really have anything else to say to that. Thankfully, only a few years. If he had been caught trying to steal some gold or gems, he'd be given a harsher sentence. Especially as a sewer goblin. As it is, some mumbling human brat wouldn't have been jailed at all for stealing spoons. But because we're sewer goblins, they treat us much worse. You know, and that's really reflective of our own society, right? Some white girl tries to do something. Slap on the wrist. So he's due to be released soon. Hey, Cusper. Yeah, and I want to be there to welcome him out of the jail. And maybe he can stay with me at the pawn shop. We'll have different responses though if he's gotten married and has the kid. Maybe he can stay with me and Ladle at the pawn shop. Only trouble is going to have the little bastard Teaspoon running around soon enough. It will be quite a lively abode. Study saying that if you make trigger warning on your product, people are more likely to be triggered. So should we put a trigger warning on Cauldron Chronicles so that more people are triggered? Both of you need to keep out of trouble. That way you can raise Teaspoon right. If you make trigger warning at the beginning of horror games, just stress player for things that are not present in game and make them more triggered on things that are in game. But what would be, I mean, because trigger would be more like the, what is a trigger warning at this point, though? Because trigger warning was supposed to initially be for things that trigger someone's, like, sensitivities. I'm not sure that the submarine horror game is going to have anything that would trigger someone's sensitivities. You have PTSD about being chased. Yeah, but you're just sinking in a submarine. I don't know what would be triggering about that. I mean, I guess triggered warning for survivors of the Ocean Gate submarine. Oh, wait. I guess like thalassophobia. Thalassophobia and claustrophobia. But I guess I could say, not that you shouldn't play the game, but that the game is going to be more fun if you are claustrophobic or thalassophobic. I would not recommend somebody not play the game. I would recommend more that you play the game because it'll be more enjoyable. Is there like a fear of deep water? Isn't thalassophobia, or thalassophobia is just fear of open ocean. Fear of deep water. Oh no, it applies to both. So yeah, I'll say this game may be scary for people with thalassophobia or claustrophobia. Therefore, we recommend that you play the game. But I don't want to warn people that you're going to be sinking, because that kind of gives away the whole premise of this. Like, I want people to kind of load it up thinking that it's just a submarine game where you explore some, like, some separate planet's ocean, right? Okay, fake trigger warnings could be interesting, where we purposefully mislead the players about what to expect. I really want to see if we can capture, even if players kind of like know the gimmick that you're not going to survive. We need the player to feel like they can, and I think things like timers are a really good way to trick the player. Like, oh, I have a specific amount of time to complete this, or else I fail. So if I complete it within that time, I will succeed. And for some of the efforts to try and fix things to go right so that they feel that they are on the correct path, only for it to be ripped out from underneath them, right? And for people who don't know, we are looking at starting the pre-production of a game at the end of this week. And continuing that further into August and September. So that'll be happening on Friday. And for Fridays for July and August. And then in September, we will be doing it full-time. So putting Cauldron Chronicles on the pause. And finishing up and hopefully having something reasonable here. And then returning to Cauldron Chronicles. And Stalker 2. So, you know, I think this will actually be pretty good because we might be able to pull some ideas of atmospheric horror that Stalker does so well and kind of, you know, try to utilize some of those same ideas or methods in our game. They're very different games, of course, but they have overlaps with the atmospheric horror. Learn to beware that in games are depictions of falling underwater submarine claustrophobia stalking being watched. So what, that there is no stalker? That's true. I have this this like mental vision of, you know, once you're deep down in the ocean, right? So little light gets through that you are essentially in the dark, right? And it's really interesting to me if the player turns off like the submarine lights to conserve energy so that, you know, higher chance of being rescued. And you just see like out in the darkness, this light like an anglerfish. So I want to kind of model this creature that the player probably is never going to see in full off of the idea of luring. And, you know, territorial luring and utilizing bioluminescence to trigger that fear. And you see like this pulsating and it just like gets closer and closer and then darkness. And then just like a bump on your submarine, right? You know, just maximizing the use of easy things from a development standpoint to then maximize the fear. When we start this, I started on Friday, and you are very welcome to join in the development of, or the, you know, the ideaing of it, because we're just gonna jump right into it this Friday, yeah. So we can talk about it when we meet up on the weekend. If you guys give me 1 second, I can show you what I did a little bit of pre-production just with playing with fluid flux and ultra dynamic sky. I wanted to see if I could recreate the atmospheric lighting conditions of LHS 1140B. Let me try to load up the account here. Oh, perfect, I have it. I'll kind of show you what it looks like because it looks pretty cool. It's going to look kind of fake, but technically speaking, this should be relatively accurate for what it would look like if you were on the surface of the planet LHS 1140b. From what we know. And it's going to have to compile some shaders. We'll let it do that in the background. Because of course it does. Okay, I think Dialogue 4 looks pretty good. I think it's relatively finished. Which leaves Dialogue 5 as our final one. Go make yourself a sandwich. Don't let her curse you. Anyone ready? Well, we have 7,000 shaders to compile, so... take your time. All right. PN_thief4 is our correct one. We'll accept potions, true. We've unhooked the should hide close button, so that's not relevant anymore. Score threshold, terrible, he dies. Bad, he loses. But he loses by default. If you get base, he wins. And if you provide the effect, he gets disqualified from the race for cheating. So we have to do a few things with the dialogue here. And if you use a spoon nut and he wins, so if you use spoon nut and he doesn't get disqualified, he not only wins, but the rat man ends up drowning because he gets an extra bolstered stamina that you would think to put a spoon nut in his potion. But we don't tell players this; they have to discover it. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Greeted thief 5. Save choice value false. Okay, we have to. Everything has to come to a close here because this is the final encounter with Spoon. Everything that's going to mean something has to end here. His wife and kid, the race, his dad, everything, you know, and I want it to really be, I want it to just be good quality for people who have gotten him this far, which would insinuate that they've done quite a lot and talked to him quite a lot. I'm curious though if we have multiple of these empty dialogues, if they literally just get skipped, so we can use them as kind of a way to further guide I could test that. Let me test that. Seems to work. Okay, so we can say, have you greeted him before? Yes or no? If not, we need to have a dialogue line for him if he got disqualified, and one if he... We need 3. Loses, wins, or gets disqualified. Ate dinner at cafeteria and got coffee. Time to pretend I'm working on something. I need some fried rice. I could really go for some fried rice. Got a koi, nice. Spoon wins rematch race. I was scared I just crushed the engine there. Spoon wins rematch race, false. Spoon wins rematch race, true. Technically, I think... Spoon loses but is also not disqualified. And then down here we can just check if Spoon was disqualified. compiling shaders onto the C drive, right? Should only be doing it onto the D drive. Yeah, I think we're okay. Okay, so Spoon has lost, but he's not disqualified. Hey, human. Guess I shouldn't slay the news. Lost the race. The rat bastard won again. Happened. He wins the race. My lovely friend. Beat that rat bastard. Fair and square. Should have seen his whiskers trembling at the sight of me dodging the sewage. And if he gets disqualified, we put in some music. Knew it. Knew it. Never should have asked for that luck potion. They saw me drinking it. For the race, I was disqualified. You never show my face there again. Okay. You won? And then we'll have two splits here. We'll do if he had the spoon nut in the potion. If you want translation for your game, would it be easy to do with your dialogue system? Yes, and kind of no. So you do have localized text options for the dialogue here, right? I can just choose the string table and the key. The problem is that the default localization system for Unreal kind of sucks from what I've heard from everybody. So if anything, what we could potentially do is modify narrative 3 a bit so that we can write in the text here or use the node ID and export all of the node IDs into an Excel file so that we can read from there instead, like a CSV. I don't know the best way to do it. I just know that there are a few alternative options we could do if we wanted to not rely on Unreal's system, or if we wanted to, it is built in to handle that. I don't really know the reasons why Unreal's built-in translation system isn't good. I guess we'll see. There's somebody I could talk to about it. Ooh, this is loading up. Okay, conditional, provided ingredient, encounter thief 4, ingredient to check E or ing spoon nut, potion type to check main potion. And this will be if it wasn't provided. So I'm thinking when we start this up, I'm going to use this project for the submarine game. I think. Or we'll just start it up new and I can copy over some settings. We'll let that load. Give it a second. So I did some research into this, quite a bit of research into this planet and what exactly would like the sky look like, what would the colors look like at different times of the day due to the atmospheric composition, what would the sun look like, the star at the center of this system look like, and I tried my best to modify some of the waves to match it, but I need a way to make the waves, I think, a lot larger to see more like this is a relatively violent surface on the ocean, right? And once you get below the ocean, of course, it's not too bad. Hold on, it's still compiling some shaders. I will say though that this just looks so crazy. It's really gonna look unreal. Get it? 'Cause Unreal Engine? No? Okay. More than that, I know what you did. You put a spoon nut in my potion, didn't you? I could recognize that taste anywhere. The moment I sipped it, gave me the perfect amount of courage and stamina to not only win the race, but push the Rat Man's to knock the Rat Man into the sewage. The dumb bastard drowned. Serves him right. Okay, you guys ready for it? This is roughly speaking, what LHS 1140B would look like during the daytime. It is murderous. This sky. It is crazy, dude. Like, this is already just, this just kind of scares me. And imagine just being dropped down into the water. In a little claustrophobic submarine into this. That's wild. Jump. I couldn't get the swimming system working in the first person mode. I don't know why, so I would just fall through the water, unfortunately. Kind of sucks. But either way, I think that this is a pretty damn cool like entrance into this game world, where you're gonna have this red hue to the water that just gets darker and darker until it's, you know, pitch black. And the fact that it's already dark, and like, this is about as light as it would be. The star at the center of the system is just, it's very old, very red. It doesn't really produce that much light, so you're really just gonna have this kind of, I don't know, this just dark red, blood red hue. I don't think I set up the proper colors though for, that's, yeah, especially at nighttime. That's not accurate. It should be like a purplish color. But it's kind of, I need to fix it. But more like purplish at, when the sun gets lower in the horizon, and not at nighttime. I don't know. I have to fix that, but this was just what I kind of messed around with in a couple hours. And I was trying to get the swimming to work, but it did not work. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited to jump into this. It's gonna be kind of a scary game to work on. But I need to find a way to make these waves appear much larger. That's my hope. And we might have to trick it in a way, so we're gonna have to do some things here to make the submersible aspect of this work, because if I put in a hollow sphere into this right now, right, to represent kind of a submersible, the water will be inside the submersible. But because the player can only see out through the front porthole, I can actually mask the water and have the front of the submersible be the only thing that's kind of impacting the water, and everything behind the player, technically there is no water there. I just need the player to think that the water is all around them, not for the water to actually be all around them. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of trickery here with the camera, I feel. But we can do it. want to say I even set a new record. With the race. I'm a legend down in those sewers now. Beat him fair and square. He brought something to boost, to improve his stamina as well. But it wasn't nearly as good as what you gave me. Fuck, that spoon nut might do the trick. I'm so happy for you, Spoon. Did it beat him fair and square? He brought something to improve his stamina as well, but it wasn't nearly as good as what you gave me. Oh, Sam, so happy for you, Spoon. This will lead into the same thing. Can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me, human. Been nicer to me than anyone I've met up here. I wouldn't have the success. I wouldn't have the pawn shop or have met my beautiful ladle if not for you. And that'll be if you know, he's gotten married, and then we'll just do one without that line if he hasn't. I'm even going to be a father. Where's the check? Oh, we need to put it here too. I actually forgot to put it here. Hold on. Spoon allows anyone into his shop. False. True. Save choice. This is true. False. Okay. That looks good. And we'll have some final questions that you can ask him. Mostly regarding like his father, because at this point he has gone back to see his father. Ladle is quite pregnant. Teaspoon's about to be born. Shop's booming. I think he'll mention that he's about to release his second set of spoons here. Although I guess more time would have had to pass, right? Because he did mention he's going to release spoon sets every month. So let's say that he's about to release his, like, his 7th season of spoons. Of his spoon DLC. Yeah. You've been a great client, Spoon. We'll give a few options here for flavor. You've been an interesting client, Spoon. That's for sure. Haven't been the best client to work with. And he's just gonna think you're joking. He's like, ah, we've come this far. What do you mean? Come this far. I know how to spot you're joking. From a mile. From a whole sewer away. He doesn't want to know what a mile is. He measures things in sewers. That's his frame of reference. Interesting is better than bad. So I'll take it. You need anything before I head off? And a great client and friend, Spoon. It's been a pleasure. And these will lead into a hub node. Begin dialogue. And we'll save that the player has greeted Spoon as well. Okay, perfect. Close button. Should button be visible? Yes. So we need something about his dad. We'll just write in dad for the moment. Ladle and teaspoon. Is there anything else we need to wrap up? Any loose ends with Spoon's choices and dialogues? That'd be like what would Stenches think of all of your achievements? That could be a fun one.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture.
Purplic, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys.
Like one gigantic, delicious.
Hey, help the spacebar broke.
Sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
Welcome to the stream, guys. What's up? What are you guys up to today? Playing a game, developing? A bit of both, maybe? We've been doing that on this stream. Developing, then jumping into Elden Ring. Where we're attempting a task to collect all of the items in Elden Ring. Mostly doing game dev earlier. Oh cool, tell me about your game. Waiting mostly. Oop, don't do that. Convince Spoon to ask. Oh yeah, and yeah, if we convince Spoon to ask Shu about Rake, that's right. We need to have that here because he was finally able to go back to the sewers, so he would have been able to ask to catch people up. Spoon is a goblin thief, and he has a friend in the sewers where he was born called Shu, and Shu found a rake floating in the sewage and has hidden it. So now that Spoon was able to go back to the sewers, and if you told him that he should ask Shu about Rake, he should have something to say about that. I'm gonna get the message so I can start working on decimation. We should be able to start on it pretty soon. we've set the project up and the first level. And I'm pretty sure we would be able to just jump in and start working on this first level. I guess we got to talk about asset packs or prototyping. And then if you wanted to, you could start to look into animating with the slingshot. And if you can figure out how to do that, then we can start to get that put into the game and connect it up to a ragdoll. So I would say that that would be a good, not an easy first step, but a necessary first step that I think would occupy your mind for a while. And I'll put in the channel that... Let's start compiling all of the city-esque asset packs we have. There we go. And I'm sure I have some, and I'm sure I'll also mention specifically ones that are similar to Cinti in terms of quality and simplicity or prototyping. Okay, so we need to have some dialogue response about shoe and rake. Can't forget that. And I guess like about the commemorative spoons too. Yeah, we'll have some dialogue about commemorative spoons. Okay. And we're not going to put his lower loop here, but we will have the full goodbye dialogue. And we'll use that to trigger like some, hey, this is the end of our first more intensely written prototype character. What do you think? Yeah. We'll keep those there for the moment, and I will finish up writing these and link them into this too. What happened? Guess I just didn't have enough stamina. It was a close race, but in the end, he won again. I don't think I'm going to go down in the sewers again. Supposed to be a small horror game taking place in a hospital with a big spoopy monster. Oh, nice. How far are you in yet? Are you planning to release it for like Halloween? Don't worry about the late reply. I appreciate you telling me. Again, and how far are you into the development so far? Started yesterday. Okay, so very fresh. Are you planning to get it on Steam or just itch.io, or are you just doing it for fun? Can't stand the shame. For fun, but I'd like to put it on itch and later on Steam. Cool. Yeah, if you get it done before Halloween, you might be able to get some extra spending money. And get it streamed onto some people's Twitches or YouTubes. That could be pretty cool. We're trying to do something similar. Also a horror game, and get it onto Steam in preparation. Although I think it's gonna be really hard to reach that part of I don't know. We only have like a month that we're gonna be spending working on it, month and a half. Just not a lot of time. Especially to finalize it all and put it up on Steam, but if we don't get it released on time, I don't really care. We're doing it more just because we can, and I'd like to have something on Steam, right? By the end of the year. It was kind of a personal goal of mine when I was getting into making my own studio to either have a properly funded studio before I turned 30 or have a game on Steam before I turned 30. Like a game of my own. The first one does not look like it's happening this year, so I'll try to make the second one happen. Very relatable. Don't celebrate Halloween, demons can possess you. It's true. They can. They already are. What our religion teacher kept telling us. It's a little too late for me. They're already possessing me. Have you worked on any other games in the past, Purpleek? Sorry to hear that, Spoon. Sorry for not making a better potion. Played Paranormal Activity to scare... Wait, your religious teacher played you Paranormal Activity. Dude, that sounds so awesome. Aren't you scared? Yeah, it was amazing. Let's watch the next one. Most of them are school projects. I was mostly making Minecraft mods before this. Oh, that's really awesome. I got into game dev making mods as well. I mean, I always wanted to as a kid, like, make games. But it was really hard to get a start and get over that initial huge learning curve. So I started kind of just modding a game as well, and that kind of led me into understanding more of the process, the pipeline, and good practices. And now I'm here with no money. Let's quit my job. Let's make my own studio. This is smart. I am not dumb. Yeah, you did your best. Happy I could try it again, but sad I didn't win. Still, there's enough going on in my life that's good, so I'll focus on those things instead. That's a wise outlook, Spoon.
Hey!
Purpley, thank you for the follow. I'll give you one too. I'm curious about your horror game. And you get a free fish. And it sounds like you caught a can. That is not the greatest luck. Unfortunately. Damn, dude. That's not good luck. Free can. You got a free can. Let's all do some fishing. Thank you, Help the Spacebar Bro, for the follow as well. By the way, that's a really funny name. Almost Absent got a koi. Very nice. 11.4 kilogram koi, too. That is not a small koi. Wowee. Thanks, human. Been a pleasure. I caught an epic leatherback turtle. Holy, 435 kilograms. What's better than the turtles getting plastic in their throats? Catching them with a rod and reel. It's all rigged. Uncommon lobster. Nice, got a lobster. Worth 69 gold. Nice. Nice. Luckiest man in the universe right here. Okay, we can lead into these three then from up here. Thank you guys for the follow though, and thank you for the raid. I love seeing developers get their start in the industry and seeing some games get made, especially nowadays, you know, with all the uncertainty and the layoffs. It's great knowing that people are still out there pursuing their dreams and trying to make something that is meaningful. Okay, we can have some similarities here. So tired of making animations. Should have the hiccups. Maybe I should look more into procedural animations. If you do and you learn something, share that knowledge here, because I don't know anything about animating. Other than that, it is hard. I don't want to do it because it requires artistic talent. I have none of that. So I will stick with programming and design. Systems design, where my artistic skills are not needed. And frankly, not wanted. It wasn't your fault. I asked you for it and thought I could pull it off. Okay, that looks good. I always wanted to make games when being little, so I started with modeling and animations because it seemed easier than programming. Boy, how wrong was I? It's not for me. Oh no. To me, I got into design. Everybody in my class, all the boys in my class, I should say, in my 6th grade class, we all wanted to become game devs, specifically game designers, because we all had ideas, right? And we're like, oh, so game designers must be the ones that have the ideas. I like ideas, and then I can tell people what game to make. Easy. And as far as I know, I'm the only one in that class to have actually become a game developer. Because once we all started to learn how much work it was to be a game developer, most people just chose something else. I'm still curious though. I'm curious if there are any that I can look up the names of on like LinkedIn and see if they got into game dev or not. I'll have to do that. Caught an epic eagle ray. Jesus. 214 gold. Or am I the only one that could endure the work, or I was the only one stupid enough is what it was. I mean, there was a good time where I didn't know what I wanted to be. I just knew I had an attachment for games, but I never felt like I could succeed, like with my grades. My grades sucked, and then when I dropped out of high school, I felt like it was impossible. There's just no way. Thankfully, I was wrong. I'm very glad I was wrong, though. Layoffs really demotivated me, but seeing that people are interested in my stuff changed that. It will recover. The industry will recover. The money within games is going to continue to grow. It just is going through a shrink, and then it will go back up, right? I don't think it's copium. The games industry is continuing to grow every year. It just grew too much because of COVID. And the companies responded by hiring more than they really honestly needed. And then with AAA kind of going through a reformation, a lot of people are being laid off, but then new studios will start. The money is still there. The money is just going to be spread out more to AA and indie studios and less to AAA. And AAAs need to shrink so that indies can grow. Saw a video of one AI website doing quite good 3D models out of images and comments that were so depressing. They're pretty poorly. They have pretty poor topology, though. Those AI modeling. And the thing is, you know, the best part about AI in games is that players are pretty vehemently pushing back against any AI usage in games. I'm not saying that it's for sure, but by stating that your game doesn't have AI right now, it gets you a lot of good press with players. Okay, I think this is good. Let's start filling out these questions. First one is going to be Dad. You end up reconnecting with your dad finally. And we'll have some different responses for if Spoon won the race, or if he was like disqualified, or if he won. That way it seems a bit more personalized. AI won't be great for art until it can do two things: incremental changes and reference transformation. Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially with abstract things too. Right now, I doubt that it's going to be able to do... I don't think it's consistent either. I think that consistency with style is going to be another important part of it. That it needs an art direction. has dialogue mode played. It's this one. It's not like I'm consistent when I make any art. At least you make art. At least you can make something that is considered art. That's still a leg up you have over me. Ladle and teaspoon. This is if he lets other people into his shop. Where is it? Here it is. True. We'll have to test this out. I'm also wondering too, because I still, at this point, I think we will have more NPC content in the game than open world content. And then of course we'll be jumping into making more open world content, but because we don't, I'm a little worried that putting the spawn back here where it should be is going to waste a lot of time. Also, why are there trees underneath here? Why are they here? I will get rid of those. Technically, I could get rid of these too, because I don't think the player is going to see these ever. Even if they're up here. Yeah. Look, I'm optimizing. The landscape over landscape, it is landscape over a mesh, a very large mesh. Which is this terrain. I use these to help create some background. And then this is the landscape. And then I have a second landscape down here. For my cave. Where is it? A very tiny one, but still a landscape. Just one square. And so that way when the player's on here, they can see these, they can see the large mountain meshes in the distance. Did you make walls for cave? They're just meshes? They're mostly just rocks. I spent like 2 days placing rocks. Some of the people on this stream might remember those 2 days. I think the mountain meshes in the distance really do help a lot. Giving some visual depth. I think caves is more tricky than I thought to start. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. The good thing is we found a way to make holes in the landscape. So at least one of the more troubling aspects that I had, which was how do I make hole in landscape to make cave? That was pretty easy to solve, but then just actually it's just rocks. Just like the same 6 or 7 rock meshes at different sizes and rotations. But it works, you know, it works for now. And I tried to add some some depth into the cave too through like these holes that you can see things in. And there's even a little distance or a little view of the outside. Run away! The one thing that I really fucked up in this level, though, is the scale. Also, the music volume. Jesus Christ. Power version 2. Yeah, we added that so that you have some, like, life and... Damn it. Life and movement into the world. Hope I can catch some humans and put it into my potions. You will be able to kill the creatures and put their ingredients into the potions, that's for sure. So yeah, you can see the cave down there through here, the little mine shaft. And this very fast flowing river. That doesn't sound at all large enough. And you can't even swim yet, so... We will be working on water next. Let's put it that way. Water and potion combat are going to be the two big things next. The entrance to cave is made like you can't see through it so that you can load and unload it. I could do a streamed level, and I probably should do a streamed level. That would be much wiser than my current method. I will have to do a little bit of optimization at some point for the level, because it is, it's pretty GPU heavy. I mean, I'm testing an engine, so FPS is going to be kind of shit right now anyway. But yeah, it's pretty CPU heavy. We have a second cave over here as well. I can run to that one. That one was the first one we made, and it was made a little bit more poorly. Let's say that. Like, I didn't know how you could make holes in the landscape yet, so I didn't make a hole in the landscape. I just pushed the landscape really low. Which was the worst way to do it. And then just put a bunch of large rocks over it. So it looks really stupid. But you know what? It works. Nice bike catch, by the way. The cool thing is, too, that the ambient sound system I set up works pretty well, going from indoor and outdoor places. Or during different weather patterns. Loading some shaders there. Mr. Gorgeous, thank you. We are using ultra dynamic sky and weather for the weathering and a lot of stylized assets for the environments. Because it is just a prototype, our main goal is to get publisher support and then replace all of the assets with our own. Yeah, the ambient sound system works really, really well here. Same with snow as well. And that'll be for winter. You know, I wonder if there's a way that I could... No, not really. It'd be hard for me to prevent... to, like, block the snow out around the mesh. I don't think that would be the easiest thing to do. To mask it. And either way, it's just a prototype anyway, so... I'm not gonna go to great lengths to fix something minor like that. I can play with a beach ball in winter, right? A sinking beach ball. Ooh. I didn't tell publishers about that. Just a prototype is my favorite mindset when making a game. It definitely works in prototype phase. It does not work in production phase. But I have to be, you know, I have to tell myself that often because I can't waste time on things that are pointless, that aren't going to result in a higher chance of me getting funding, right? And wasting time to focus on fixing, like, I don't know, something minor like masking the snow for an ingredient that's picked. The people that actually would care about that probably wouldn't play this game in the first place, so it just doesn't matter. We could make a... we could make Blue Dick Boy collect snow on him. Think I can do that? Does he have a master material? I know I just talked about not wasting time on things that aren't important, but... well, you know. That's his hair. I could do it for the hair. I like his clothes, though. M cloth. Okay. Let's try it. I'm very, very curious if this works. Hold on. Where do these connect up? Okay, base color. metallic. Roughness. Specular is a static value of 0.5. Anisotropy 0. This is the normal. This is the thing I really hate about the material graph, is that it's really hard to avoid spaghetti in material nodes. And they really need a way to fix that. Okay, that should work for his clothing. I don't think it's going to make it look very good with wetness, but we can see. We'll throw him in and force it to be rainy first. It's a bit shiny. It could be worse. Like the leather, I guess would be kind of shiny if it got wet, and the metal. The cloth, however, could be adjusted, but it's not bad. And we can do the same for his hair and skin. Cloth looks fine. Let's check it for snow real quick. The thing is, I don't want his skin to receive snow, but it can receive wetness, right? Because if it's snowing, it's going to be wet. It's going to be melted. Quite a lot of snow. Can I adjust that? Let's see how 0.5 looks. That looks a bit better. Yeah, that looks all right. This is his hair. I'm curious what it looks like if it receives rain. And snow. plan. Wait for the shaders. Looks very weird. I don't know if that looks good. How does rain look though? I mean, it doesn't look terrible. What I might do is, I think they both look okay, but I'm gonna mask the wetness to 0. Let's use 75%, and the snow to 0.2. And I might turn off the droplets on his head. It looks a little bit weird. Yeah, that looks good. We could also scale the, here's something I can do. Where's this cloth master? Because I can scale the wetness value by the material's metallic amount. I should be able to do a lerp. Linear interpolate the metallic. The more metallic it is, the more wet it gets. I think 0.2 is a little bit low. We'll try 0.4. I mean, am I crazy? A little bit more? Crazy Raptor, that is me. That looks a bit better. Okay, so that looks good. This is cloth. Skin, hair looks okay. Base color. Metallic. Curvature. Where's curvature? Might be a separate thing. Must be. Specular comes from where? Here. Roughness. Opacity. I think that's everything. We want to apply wetness, we don't want to apply snow. We'll do base, metallic, specular. Roughness, opacity, normal, oh shit, I didn't hook up normal and ambient occlusion. That should work. He is very oiled up in the rain. Wah wah wee wah. I've never seen a man more shiny in my life. But it kind of makes sense. Want some nightmare fuel? Ew, look at the back of the eyes. Wild. I can try toning down the wetness a little bit. Maybe like 0.6. It'd be a little less realistic, but it might look slightly better. All right, and we'll turn off the drips. Maybe we can't. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, that's a bit better. All right, how's snow look? He looks like a man who's been trudging through the snow. Looks good. All right, small distraction over. It looks good. The cool thing too is that will transition. So as snow builds up on the ground, it will start to build up on him too, and the other surfaces. So it won't be an immediate change. A close button collapse. We need that on all of them. Ladle and teaspoon. What stenches think of achievements? Shoe and rake. Commemorative spoons. And goodbye. Squats because no good fish. Okay. But submarine, that fluid flux doesn't have some modifiers that can make water being blocked. It does. It does, but it's like a fully vertical within an area. So if we block out the submarine, and I'm not saying this is a problem, but we just need to kind of like trick the game into, or trick the players into thinking that, like, I can't mask just a sphere in the 3D. Hard to describe. Cutting masks and holes. That, as far as I know, is still in beta and hasn't been released yet. It's still being developed. What we can do instead, if it ever loads, is this. Really? No? Oh, here we go. What we can do is do this, essentially. Now, this is not a problem, because we have the mask. We can just mask it out fully vertical, because the player's just going to be dropping down. It's just literally we're dropping the player down. We might even be moving, keeping the player static and moving the world up, right? So manual only for buyers? What do you mean? Can I read it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll share it. I don't know if there's an update on this thing that was being tested. I don't know if there's an update to Fluid Flux that I could make and see if it's working that way. But from what I know, it has not been fixed yet. How rock surfing collision with water? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I think the documentation will tell a bit more. But there are some of these limitations, right? Hey, Curb Pebbles. Modifiers? I do not know. There is a roadmap. So version 3.0, I guess, is the work in progress. Underwater container. Fixed underwater post-process far from the scene center. Translucent water material. Underwater lighting is being worked on. So we're gonna narrative stuff, yeah. And there's a lot of stuff being worked on. Stylized water material mode. We will definitely be using that when it releases. So I mean, we'll see. What was posted on Twitter was this. Very loud. This is not released yet. As far as I know. I have to test it. I don't know exactly what to do yet with it. As far as I know, if you look into the limitations, it currently says that submarines are not doable, but we can trick it. Like underwater glass holes and the submarine view are not supported yet. But we can trick it. If we look, if we create water, let's just say water, right? Water cube. We can drop the player's submarine like this, downwards. And if we assume that this is the, you know, the porthole, right? We can have a cube of water. And this way the player won't ever be Oh shit, what'd you catch? Yeah, but the mask masks everything vertically. I tested that. Like everything vertically. And I don't know if we can mask based on a mesh. I think it's just, we'll see. But from what I tested, it was not possible. Where is it? I will make a repo though. Although it's going to start increasing our cost of plastic at the moment. We're only costing them $5 a month right now, but putting another repo on there might make it a bit more. Let me do unlit. Oh god, where do I do this? Modifier. It's just container actor. You mean this component? Let me try doing this. Let me do... Is there anything hollow? What can I test it with so that I can see if something is actually is actually inside of it or not? I can make something. I mean, I have acid forge. Let me just make something. I could do that. But I also know in the primitives here, there's a very... I can just test it with this. You know, that's probably a bit too large. Why don't we do that? Yeah, but I mean, I'm just gonna see if it will properly mask it. I don't think it won't be able to, like, water doesn't know if there are holes or not with fluid flux in, like, this mesh. And in fact, we just want that... Hey, my plot armor, how you doing? I don't guess I have an ad. We want just a full collision on this. We don't want it to know that there are holes. Because a submarine is not going to... You know, there's not going to be water coming into the submarine like that. What's that you're using? This is Acid Forge. A very cheap... kit basher. Static mesh. Box. Always giving me software. And then this was the flux modifier component. Where do I even tell it that it's a mask? Got a work email so I can send you what I've gotten so far with the mech factory? I do have a work email. It should be available somewhere. Yeah, see, that's not doing it. Just essentially not there. I don't even see what the modifier is. I don't know where I can select the modifier. Just the modifier component. Where's the documentation? I did it before. I masked it before. It's Unreal water. It is fluid flux water. Source component. Okay. But isn't that for sources of water? I don't think that's the right one. Yeah, the BP surface cut mask actor. Which is how I did it before. Why is organization so hard, right? Okay, mode set. Volume 0. We'll set 0 in the area of the modifier. But the modifier doesn't have an extent, or do you just mean volume? Yeah, but the volume is 0, so how do I determine the extent of this? If we give this mesh some collision. I don't think that's doing what we want it to. I mean, where does it say that that's how it works? Because this is what my thought was to use this. And then theoretically we could probably modify this mask to at least be in the 2D shape of what we want. But this is a simulation domain, so this is different than an ocean domain. As far as I know, these are different domains. The ocean domain and this like running fluid domain. I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong. This is at least my thought, though, is that we use this mask in the shape of... The problem is that it will do that underwater. So there has to be a little bit overlapping with the players, with what the camera can see. I don't know. I do not know. That's what we're gonna have to figure out, is how we can achieve this. The thing is, too, what we can do is have this, you know, we do some cutscene of launching the player in or something or whatever, and then underneath we can use like post-process just to make it look like the player's underwater. I feel like there are tricks that we can do once the player is underwater to make the player think they're underwater without them actually being under some water. But the surface shot is necessary so that the player can actually see this stuff. Because I think this shot is just too awesome not to have in some way. It sets the theme and the mood. I don't know. I will make the project. You can play around with it and see if you can come up with anything. You might have to... Would you have to download Fluid Flux and Ultra Dynamic Sky, though? I'd have to share those with you, probably, right? Okay, and those would be in the projects. Or would these work? Because they're not plugins, they're just content. So I can just share the whole project with you because they're already in the content folder. Okay, it would just be the plugins that we would have to share from the separate engine folder. Okay. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, I don't know how we can get it to work the way we want it to work. Fluid Flux is a pretty complex system. Easy to get it set up, hard to modify it in the ways that you need to. I've heard about stenches. These to be true. And we'll be putting fluid flux here as well in a domain for the lake. And probably something here for the 2 rivers. And then we'll make some underwater content for swimming. Some ingredients you can collect, some seaweed, shells, underwater creatures. I think that the same person who made these forest creatures we use also makes underwater creatures, but if not, I think we could find something. Forest animal, what's the pack called? Forest. Monstrous Forest 2. This person. Do they make any underwater creatures? There's a dino shark. I don't see them. There is Monsters Water Pack. Hold on. Hold the phone. And cute mushrooms. Oh my god, I need these. I kind of want these. I kind of want these. I think these would be really fucking funny. These could work if they were like on top of the water. These underwater would be pretty cool. Same with the crabs. Yeah, it's pretty tempting. Oh my god, that scared me. We can wishlist those. They were a bit annoying if I remember correctly to set up the animation blueprints, but we did it last time, shouldn't be too bad. And we can see if any of these ever go on sale. Has dialogue node played? An event, collapse the button. Shoe and rake. Convince Spoon to ask Shoe about rake. true. Kotspur, do you feel like you have a pretty good idea of like how to use this narrative 3 so far? From like watching? I was curious too if your girlfriend maybe wanted to like just jump in and play with it. I don't know if she'd be interested in that or if she just wants to. I don't know. I just you could ask, and you know we could both teach, and if she just wanted to casually work on a character in the background, that'd be pretty cool. Try to jump on it maybe this weekend. Okay. Yeah, get a feel for how it works with like I should have Spoon done. There might be some bugs with Spoon by the weekend, you know, but at the very least he'll be fully playable and the spawn system should work without a problem. The spawn system though is a little bit it could use some refactoring. It's workable, it's flexible. It's not the most intuitive at times. It was designed to be intuitive, if that matters. The important thing is that I tried. Spoon sells commemorative spoons. Can I say how much player will gain from commission? So right now, there's no gold in the game. So you can just ignore everything regarding gold. You can still put it in there for, like in the dialogue for lore purposes, but just pretend that the player is getting gold. It wouldn't be hard for us to add the value of gold, but yeah, right now it's gold's a bit of a weird thing. I'm wondering if we even want to have the close button be visible during this. It's kind of the ending for him. Not really. I really want the player to be able to exit out of this. I'll put it in here, hold on. Fuck it, I'll let the player do it. And dialogue. And last thing we'll do on like Thursday is we will change Spoon into an actual goblin. I did find one that looked pretty good. I think I saved it. Or I think I already own it. I think it was this one, or if not, it was the other pack. Nice can you caught. Oh yeah, it was this one. I kind of like the look on this one a bit more. I mean, we can try them both too. But yeah, this'll work, and that works up to 5.4. Yeah, it was because that was the only one that's updated to 5.4 at the moment. So that'll work. Okay. You end up reconnecting with your dad finally? We need some different dialogue lines for if he won the race, lost the race, or got disqualified. I might get my fiance to write a character for me too. But I just know if I ask her to write a character, she's gonna write some evil gay boy who's super hot. And I'm not against having that. But I know what she's gonna write. Something for all the ladies. Can't sleep, Datu? You can hang out here. Maybe the background music and rain will help you get to sleep. Or me monotonally reading out thief dialogue. Fishing helps too. Fishing is good. It's gonna be really hot tomorrow, I think, actually. I don't want to come into work. But I have to. Be hot and thunderstormy. Speaking of. Okay, so first one is if he doesn't win but isn't disqualified. Second one is if he gets disqualified. Third one is if he wins. Okay, so this one's not too bad. Yeah, he's also... We need separate dialogue if... Okay, there's a few things here. How many decide where it's going after end of commission? Right now, the NPC goes between these 2 points, which is the, like, spawn and target points. So once you end the dialogue, which is going to look like this, end encounter, he's going to walk towards the spawn point, and we consider that encounter completed, and then I run some logic to spawn a new one based on the outcome of that one. And that's all handled in here. in the NPC data. So like encounter 1, you have spawn control. So these are the conditions that must be met in order for that encounter to spawn. And then you have like starting weight, force to top, which means it'll force that encounter to spawn above all others that might be available. Wait after the NPC isn't picked, so you can make it more likely for that encounter to be picked if they aren't on that encounter check, and then reset wait if the NPC is picked. So if you don't want multiple of the same NPC to show up back to back. And anyway, specify where it will go and from where it is coming. What do you want to do with it? Need to do more quests in RuneScape? You do need to do more quests. Getting your quest cape is huge. And it'll teach you, it'll unlock a lot of awesome places for you. Oh, and you start learning TOA. Yeah. TOA is really fun and pretty easy. I think if I were to recommend any bosses to complete before doing TOA, or bosses to be good at before doing TOA, Seracnus would be one. And something with gear switches. I don't know. Everyone want fish person to come from and back to some water. Right now, it isn't doable. It would be pretty easy to refactor the logic though to make that doable. But just right now, it is not. But I could probably have it working in like an hour or two. Do we have a good model for like a fish person? Zulrah has gear. Zulrah does have gear switches. I'm trying to think because you have Baba the monkey. He's pretty chill. Assuming that you've turned on no invocations, right? Like a full learner, 0 invocation raid. Baba is just shoot rolling balls at 33 and 66% health. Maybe doing like TOB entry mode could help. But TOB entry is arguably tougher than TOA entry, so of course it's going to help, right? Because you've done something tougher than that. I will say this, I think for me, TOA solo is easier than TOA with people. And if you learn TOA solo, it's not that bad. I mean, you can die. Like TOA, if you die, you get given these like golden locusts or something that heal you and restore prayer. So you can kind of just go in and just die over and over again, and there's no real consequence, right? Apart from like running out of some supplies. Quite a bit of 2A from the Desert Locked Ultimate Iron Man. Okay, so yeah, it's not that bad. It's fish that changed into human to buy potions. It act like fish that want to pass as human. So it just looks like a human. Does it have any fishy... get it? Fishy aspects to it? Or could we just use some human asset that we own to, to work for prototype? Human asset? Okay, so I'm sure we have something then that'll work for it. It doesn't even have to look stylized, it just has to look... I do have a fish man. If you really want, I apparently do have a fish man. I just saw that as I was scrolling down. Puzzle rooms will probably be the hardest to learn low mining level. Yeah, but that's just that's just like the light bouncy room, right? For that one. That one's pretty chill because Runelight will just solve that for you. In fact, you should, by the way, you should have Runelight if you're going to do any raiding. That's you have to have Runelight in order to do that. I don't know any more. Then there will be Fish that is trying to behave and talk like human. Tell her that we have an asset and that it could work. Yeah, you need Runelight. Runelight is so helpful. So we'll do this. We will have some responses. They will lead into then additional options whether or not he has gotten married or not. That's what we'll do here. Yeah, we'll find a way to work if that's what she really wants. It'll be pretty easy to refactor the spawning logic, I feel. And we can just tell it, hey, are you going, are you leaving Kingdom when you exit? We can just make it like an enum, and then we can just put that enum on the spawn points. Because all it does is it checks if it reaches that actor, I believe. That's how the AI works. Yeah, it just moves to that actor. So when we check which actor to move to, we can just do another filter based on some other type, right? We can make like point type spawn other kingdom, which is this one. And then a point type spawn to be the water. Oh, the player will be able to go into the water, so we'll have to put like someplace for the man to walk into, like some thick underwater foliage, and then he just kind of disappears or something. Or crawls into the sand. We'll make it work. Probably be taking a break from rumors. I don't think that's a bad idea, considering you have assumedly green-logged the rumors. And your hunter's probably pretty damn good. Besides pet, yeah. You can always come back. What's your hunter right now? You said it was 85? Ooh, getting it to 89 though, you could at least catch lucky implings. And then you'd be able to catch every impling. And you could do redwood birdhouses. No rush though, right? You can always boost too. If you have 85, I think you can boost 3 with a hunter potion. So if you were to get 86, you could use a hunter potion to catch lucky implings. Did seem he's doing well. Told him about the race. Wasn't super happy that I lost, but he's glad that I did it honorably. I don't want farming to stay my highest level. I gotta do more farming too. I'm getting about 250,000 XP per run for farming, so if I can stay on top of it, it'll be a really easy 99. Just do it once every few days, no big deal. Spoon gets disqualified from race. Isn't all happy that I tried to cheat. Gave me a stern talking to. Jail guards weren't too happy. Hear him yelling. For me now, and I've been getting 30 or 40k XP per allotment run. It's not bad. I do not so cheap runs. That's what you deserve, Lazy Fangs. After all your good fish. Super excited to hear of the race and that I won honorably. It's great seeing my dad smile again. Got a treasure chest, so you're good. Cool thing too, Datu, if you do TOA, holy shit, the soundtrack is so good. TOA is some of, I think, the best content they've ever put out for old school. The bosses are fun, the rewards are amazing, the soundtrack's amazing. Might do fruit tree runs. Palms are expensive. Palms not expensive, and the coconuts you make from it are pretty worthwhile. Especially if you want to make like some anti-poisons with nightshade that you can grow at Drainer Manor. I think it's anti-poison. No, anti-poison. It's I think it's weapon poison. You make these. You make the coconut milk, and then you can make. Yeah, weapon poison plus unfinished. And then throw in some poison ivy berries. And poison ivy berries are great to grow because they can't die. So they give a lot of XP and they don't die. And they got 5.4 thousand GP potions to sell. It's pretty cool. And they give 190 herb lore experience. And I think your herb lore is high enough because it requires 82. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, I did see him he's doing well. I told him about the race. He wasn't super happy that I lost, but he's glad that I did it honorably. Did you tell him about your pawn shop? It seems he's doing super well. I told him about the race. He wasn't at all happy that I tried to cheat. Gave me a stern talking to. The guards weren't too happy to hear him yelling. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you tell him about your pawn shop? That, I'm sure, helped his spirits a bit. And this is if he wins. Glad to hear that. Did you end up telling him out your pawn shop as well. Okay, and this one will be... I did indeed. He was very excited to hear all about the spoons and the success the shop was finding. I also told him all about Ladle and our little teaspoon that's on the way. I'm glad he'll be released soon enough to be there for the birth. Planted a teak tree, nice. It takes forever to grow. Yeah, they do. That's where a good portion of my money comes, or my, not money, GP comes from. Cool thing is though, if you plant, I assume you did it on Fossil Island. It's a really great place to cut like teak or mahogany logs and bank them. And then you can take those to the sawmill and make your own planks. There's a really good run if you stock up the balloon that's nearby the crafting guild and the one nearby the sawmill. You can bank the planks in the crafting guild and then turn them into to planks at the sawmill for pretty cheap. Fish boost. Time to fish. Hey Rice Boy, how you doing? Got some coding done today, nice. Damn, Detsu caught a swordfish. Caught some junk. Lazy Fangs, nice nice boost on that one. Can you try redeeming? Can somebody try redeeming a sound effect too right now? I'm just curious about something. Scraper Mouth Mabuna. I knew it. I knew it. So when I tell... Which is weird because... I knew it. I knew that's what it was. Okay, so I set up a command. Yeah, but I don't have a queue. There's no queue. This queue is only specific to this command, to the fish. Please don't spam the redeems for when it's back. Otherwise I'll have to skip them or mute them. So I need to fix that. I know, but it's going to be really loud and annoying. That's sometimes the point. But I need to fix this queue problem. There is no queue on this. I've already looked at it. It just waits. Like, I've just told it to wait. But for some reason it's telling the entire thing to make, even though it's part of a separate... I don't know. It's part of a separate command group. Like, there's no reason that it should be doing this. Gotta wait 4 hours? Jesus. Yeah, I really don't get it. I don't know how I'm supposed to do it if I can't just tell this thing to wait. I guess I could... Like, there's no timer. This thing sucks. I'm gonna try moving this over to a separate command, although I don't know why that would work. It's weird. Use Mix It Up, they said. You'll love it. It's so great. And then it doesn't have proper cues. Wild. Yeah, if I used StreamerBot, it would have worked because I could easily set up the cue. It's annoying. StreamerBot was easy because you could say which cue it belonged to and whether or not it was supposed to override it or overlap. Done. No problem. But here I have a command for the channel point reward and there's no way to set a cue. Nice tire, by the way. I could use Streamer. I could just go back to StreamerBot. It's a command lock system to none. That's not a cue though. I don't even know where to do that. Why can't they just call it cue? Where do I set this? Settings, commands. Per command type. But I don't want per command type. I'd rather have per action type so you can't overlap sounds. I just don't want it to lock. But you'd think per command type would work, because it's a separate, or I guess command type in this case is locking it. I don't know, it's so weird. Why can't they just do a queue system like every other place would? It's really dumb. Command type is chat redemption. Okay. It's really dumb because if you ever wanted to wait, by default, it's going to lock every single other command in the entire thing behind it. That's like the stupidest thing to have on by default. Well, I have to restart it too. This just streamer, I will say StreamerBot, at least with this, was way better with cues. It was so much easier in the cue department. Come on, log on. Well, it's weird too because they don't even call it queuing. Why would you just not call it queuing? And I don't know of any... I don't really know of any point where you would want your entire system, the entire chat, command control system to just freeze the moment you set a timer. That's wild. I don't mind it having the feature, I just don't like it being on by default. That's like game developers who put motion blur and depth of field on by default. Like the mental gymnastics you have to do to think that having shitty motion blur and depth of field on in your game by default is going to make it look better. Tried to contest the dev on something that didn't make sense, and they just replied, the software is made according to what the majority wants. How did they have proof what the majority wants? What thing did you contest the developer on? I'm very curious about that. About the API being shit. Try to make a plug in this pile of crap, do something cool. I might go back to StreamerBot at some, I don't know. I was trying to set up custom, I needed a custom overlay though, because I wanted to take my alerts, like my follow alerts, sub alerts, stuff like that, away from Stream Elements and have it self-hosted, right? The problem is that getting that to work as well as Stream Elements is... I don't know if there's any program that can do that well. So I might just be kind of fucked. For the fish stuff, you can unlock it. What do you mean? For the fish stuff? It'll be released soon enough and able to visit. So your dad is getting out soon? In the next few weeks, the guards said. He's been behaving in the jail, apart from stealing some of the spoons they give him with food. Like father, like son, I suppose. A field called command group, but it's only first. Yeah, I'd thought that by setting the command, because I'd done the command groups, like lurk bait and my sounds are separate command groups. And I thought, okay, I set the command groups like I would do in StreamerBot so that I have different queue groups. Apparently not. And there's no queue section. You unlock the fish shit? What fish shit though? The fish commands go through the the program. They don't go through this. But if you theoretically if you do the fish boost, you should be able to do the sounds. I can do the fish boost for you guys. And you can try running the sounds. It works. Like, imagine, for instance, that like some big streamer downloads Mix It Up, right, and wants to do some like giveaway timer or timer for some event. And by default, the fucking program will lock every single custom command from being usable. Jesus Christ, did somebody just get a sword? Broken sword, nice. Stab you? Okay. I'll take it. Not a very simple program for simple redeems. It is simple, but by being simple, it lacks some of the complexity that I preferred in StreamerBot. It's like they're two sides of the same coin. Like StreamerBot was sometimes hard to use, but it was very capable, and Mix It Up seems really easy to use, but then doesn't have the capabilities that I sometimes need. Like, god damn it. You can touch my portal. Fish cooldown timer is 5 minutes. It was originally on 2 minutes, but that was it was getting a little bit spammy. This is dad stuff. Ladle and teaspoon. How's Ladle doing? And when do you expect Teaspoon to be birthed? Ladle's doing great. She makes amazing stew. And laughs at all of my jokes and ramblings. Peak manhood right here. Makes great stew, laughs at all your jokes and ramblings. I guess laughs at all your jokes and listens to all your ramblings, right? Listens to all my ramblings. Like Spoon is winning. I'd have expected her to stop drinking so much beer, since some human asshole told her not to do that if she's pregnant. But apparently beer makes an ogre stronger. ogre child stronger when birthed. No fish boost for you now. You can spend 2,000 channel points on it though if you have it. I don't know how many points you have. And we might make the feathers, because you can collect feathers right now. Yeah, we might make the feathers some currency that can be used to do stuff. Where my feather? Gotcha. We'll do something with feathers. I don't know what, but you just collect them in the background while watching right now, so you know, maybe something cool will happen with them. We can do some giveaways based on feathers or something. Tickle Raptor, yeah. Maybe some like game redeems if you want me to play something. I don't know. We'll see what we do with them. Buy some crowd control points if we do anything with crowd control, which I would like to do again. I miss doing stuff with crowd control. I don't know if they've added any new games. Rimworld, Deep Rock Galactic, really, they have... And Balatro has crowd control, that's pretty cool. Deep Rock Galactic with crowd control could be pretty fun. Because you guys could spawn a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Turn streamer into furry. I need to get a good dinosaur hat. Okay. Beer makes ogre children stronger. Check humanity, become raptor. We were looking for a what was it? It was a Rantosaurus Rex. So like some like T-Rex kind of looking hat. So I could go into Rantosaurus Rex mode if I need to. Hope Teaspoon is a nice and strong child when born. Nice and strong, half ogre, half goblin. Probably will end up being shorter than Ladle, but taller than me. Have migraines because dehydrated. I get that a lot when I drink too much. Because then, you know, you go to sleep and you wake up and you're dehydrated, but you also have a hangover, so it's like really bad. Best thing you can do, you're gonna have to wake up and pee, but if you drink alcohol, you get a bit drunk before bed. Just drink a fuck ton of water. And you'll probably have a bit better morning. A slightly bit better morning, but hey, anything helps. Hey Sean, it's been a while. How you doing? How's your games coming? You're good actually? Wonderful. A little break, but back at it now. Nice. The nodes are so cute. They are kind of. There's a lot of them too, especially in like our lore loop. Got a lot of dialogue we wrote here for Spoon. I feel like I'm better at... I don't know. I'm not really good with dialogue or lore, but I feel a little bit better with dialogue, or with lore, than I am with like just straight dialogue about nonsense. Hoping for release this weekend. Like releasing your game? Didn't drink alcohol, so it's just normal dehydration instead of the type W hangover. That's pretty cool, a new map. It's exciting. Hey, you still want to help out with that decimation game that we're making? We're moving that forward, but we need some... I can't have opened UE5 in a while, though. That's no worries. I want to get that pushed forward. Like, really pushed forward, so that next year we have something to... a good prototype that we can show off and add to our portfolios. A thing, ain't it? I'll trust her though. She knows what she's doing. My girlfriend write the lore. All she does is watch Five Nights at Freddy's lore. There's like tons of lore behind Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, copy event. Paste event. Next. What would Stenchus think of achievements? That's right. Do you think Stenchus would be happy of your achievements? Add animatronics. I think adding any animation right now is pretty tough because I can't make the animations myself. Probably be happy with much of my success, but maybe not the fact that I'm not living in the sewers anymore. Can you help with art assets? It depends. Right now, I'm just, you know, because it's prototyping and everything is placeholder anyway. Whatever we don't have from a pack, I can just usually just quickly prefab. And, you know, who cares? Going to our vertical slice, though, is going to be a challenge. And I'm still on the lookout for a art director who would be sufficient for this project. Did fire one. I had to jokingly fire an art director before. And then I had another one that just didn't work out. Because he wanted me to give him ownership over part of the company. Like right now. The joke, there was a joke. There was some like streamer artist, you know, the ones that spam you asking if you want, you know, badges made or overlays. And I just joked with them that actually now you're my art director. I expect a report on my desk on Monday about, I don't remember even what it was about. That was the joking one. The actual art director that was I was considering he didn't want to start until they had assurances that they could own part of the company, like be partners. And I'm not against that. But the thing is, I don't know this person. I didn't know this person. I didn't trust them yet because I didn't know them. And right now, I just want to make the game. I don't want to have to rewrite a ton of the, you know, like refill out a whole bunch of paperwork for my company to change it from a sole proprietorship into a partnership. And then we'd have to do like valuation for the company. It would change the way that I handle the taxes for the company. You know, it just adds all this needless complexity when we don't even have a game yet. We have no income. There's no value to this company right now. So I was like, can't we just work on the game first? And then once we have a publishing agreement, we can handle, you know, we can hire an accountant and get a, you know, somebody from the legal side to help us set this up properly. You know, and then I'll trust you a bit more because you've worked on the project. I can see you in action and see if you're a good fit for the style and for the company. Like, I'm not just going to give you 20% of the company or something right now after we've just met and you've done nothing for this company. So it's like, maybe he was talented. I'm sure he was, but that's really fucking weird. CC a 2D or 3D? It's a 3D game. I'll just take 1%. I'm not greedy. During like there's someone that asked for a stake in a company that Quick has a good intentions. Yeah, it was just weird. Like, okay, so you know Kotzberg in chat, right? Kotzberg? He and I have worked on a game before. Kotzberg and I have, you know, we trust each other. We have the same goals in the industry. We both just love games. We want to be transparent. We want to be ethical. We built these company values together. When it comes time to go towards a partnership route with the company, like, I will make Cuthbert a partner. Because I know him and I know he's going to do what's best for the company. Because we built it together. We planned this together. I'm greedy. That is main issue. You can be greedy. Get 51. I don't know how we're going to break it up. We need to write some, like, company bylaws or something. I don't mind doing equal, but we have to then we have to write a way to figure out, like, how we resolve issues, right? But here's the thing, even if we don't go a route of, like, giving companies shares, then we can just do, yeah, we don't need to go the share route in order to split revenue and to have equal status when it comes to decisions, right? It's just I guess a more traditional way to do it. Make the company public and do stock. Dude, if I made Microraptor Games public, I would get in trouble with the FTC like that. Because I don't have a filter for what I say on this stream. I would be revealing info all the time. I would be saying bullshit that I would be like Elon in, like, the worst case. Even Elon has more control over what he says about his companies than me. Hey, stop your fishing and feather game. Are you supposed to be Konar with so little assets? I feel bad for Elon. I really do, because it's the reason why Tesla... But Tesla has shareholders, but it's a private... No, Tesla's public, but has shareholders. SpaceX is better for him because he can say whatever the fuck he wants. Because as far as I know, SpaceX is completely owned by Elon. But I don't know if it has shares. Oh no, it does. He has 42% equity, 79% voting control. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense because I think I remember him mentioning that some of the people working in SpaceX actually own SpaceX. So it's private, but he owns voting control. So it's a lot like Steam, right? With Valve. You have Gabe Newell owning over 50%. He can just say whatever the fuck he wants and do whatever the fuck he wants with this. For the most part. Don't feel bad for multimillionaires. I don't really think about people as, oh, they have a lot of money, so I should treat them differently. I don't know. See, does Joey's taking risks and doing game, and I'm only small supporter doing some tasks if needed. For now, though, right? I think we've talked about whether or not, if we got funding, if you would be working full-time for Microraptor. And I think you said you don't know yet. we just fine, right? If we could be stable, I think you just want like stability and medical assurances so that, you know, it wasn't just working from project to project and hoping that we get funding, right? If we get funding, there will be risks. You're not wrong. When you went back to the sewers, did you end up seeing Shu again? Oh yeah, I asked him about the rake that he was hiding. He said he did it just in case there was anything that needed to be raked. That's it. Like, that's the entire story, is that Shu was hiding the rake because, just in case, like, there was something to rake. That's it. What are your environmental commitments, right? Creating a multiplayer might be hard, but try creating a custom vehicle in Fortnite and you will end up pulling your hair out of your head. Oh boy. I think there will be a lot of risks. The first thing I'm going to do if we get funding is, number one, accountant, so that I don't have to deal with the money. Number two, somebody on retainer for legal needs. And number three, somebody who can manage the company. Like somebody who can just do the paperwork aspect of the company. Not really like a project manager, but more like just a general manager. Yeah, like an office/general manager. So that I can just focus on creative direction and design. And yeah, like a previous person we had was. I can be your mascot. We will be getting, of course, a project manager. That will be a producer. We have it in our budget somewhere. It'll be accountant, gameplay programmer, and then a generalist programmer / DevOps for builds, and source control management, and then a producer / general manager at first, and then creative director and designer, which is me. Your project manager, you can make Jira boards and story points and assign t-shirt sizes. Imagine Microraptor is public. Yeah, I'd get fucked if I was public. I would have already ruined everything. I'd have like dozens of letters in the mailbox from the FTC. Angry shareholders. About money though. Yeah, actually, you know, look, if we wanted money, I could have shares in our company. I could sell those shares to angel investors, and we could get funding right now with what we have. The problem is that those investors will expect certain things by a certain time period, and I do not like that. We will have one daddy, and that daddy will be our publisher. Okay? And I can pick and choose my daddy in that regard. So 700k for the PM throughout the whole project yearly. What's the PM? Yes, this, I should note, if you're looking at that, I will show you the proper one. Over the project manager. Oops, I just closed that. Why did I do that? This is, let me check. This is the gross cost for the entirety, and this is in US dollars. So if we assume like a 3-year dev time, the producer slash general manager is going to producer, and then we're hiring a general slash office manager. So if you want to assume that throughout the 3 years that somebody would be working, the producer here would be making like 140,000 US dollars. And note that this isn't Polish. You know, I'd be hiring a Polish person for this. Hiring WinRAR in the budget, yes. I have to lower my salary to work for you, yes. Unfortunately, game dev doesn't get paid the most. Confidential, right? Don't leak it with anybody. And definitely don't go on our website and download it from there. So yeah, it's about 2 million... 2 million plus another 250,000 for 3 years of hiring Polish game devs just for their unadjusted salaries. Semi-confidential. That'd be pretty funny. There is a big disparity in payrolls in game dev. There absolutely is. I think that GIC... Poland salaries. Not GIC pay. Yeah, there's this talk of median earnings between junior to director in Polish zloty. This was from 2023 though, so note that. Nice.
Hello, let's start.
Do they have the newest one from like the last year? They must, right? It must be here somewhere, right? Can I just look up salaries? What was this one called?
Hello, let's
Salary survey, okay. Hello. Here it is. Here's the one for 2024.
outliers.
Max 100,000? Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is being paid that much in Poland? It's probably for like CD Projekt Red or something. Oh, you know that guy? Yeah, it's not us, is it? This is a monthly. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, QA gets shafted in the ass. He's my lead, really. Design is not... Well, it's better, but QA really gets fucked. Design is the worst after that, and code gets paid the most. I'm not really happy with that. And I was being paid this much. Right here, you see this number? That's how much I was getting paid per month as a lead. So fuck that. You get paid more than the median though, right? Of 13,000 a month. This is gross, I believe. No, this is net. This would be net. Yeah, this is equivalent for people who don't know Polish zloty. I'll convert it to USD. I was getting paid this much a month, 1.5 thousand. No, there's no way this is gross.
Salary for the programmer is 13,000. About 5,000 złotych. Median specialist about it's for 8,000. Well, from their games, so maybe well it pays. When we looked at the specialization, well it pays to be a programmer. A median salary for the programmer is 13,000 złotych.
I want to see if he mentions it.
Median salary for QA is.
And you want to know the worst part too? Is that all electronics in Poland cost the same as they cost in any other European country or in the US. And games also cost the same as they would cost there, and yet you make a dramatically lower salary.
6.5. This QA design.
They are a bit more expensive, yeah, because you have to pay the VAT tax. So you really get fucked buying electronics over here, which is why like setting up like streaming stuff, making new computers, wild. Can we live in Poland?
Users and code. Okay.
Long question.
Yeah, I think it's not really surprising.
It's not surprising. The sad part is that this isn't surprising. I just don't like that there aren't quite a lot of programmers in Poland, if you ask me. I'd say there are actually fewer designers and fewer good designers and good producers in Poland than there are good programmers. And the reason is that there are a lot of programmers in Poland working for like other software companies. So it's not really hard to get programmers, but good designers and producers often will move out of Poland. Especially designers. Just kind of makes sense. And QA gets shafted. I don't know why, but you'd think QA would be paid more considering how important they are to finding and resolving bugs and issues. QA is severely underappreciated. Yeah, it's absolutely the case. Gender gap, I don't believe in that shit, although Poland is different than the US. Put it that way. I think every time this is brought up, it's multivariate. It's never solvable with just fucking numbers. Startups poach experienced employees? Yes, they do. And I will be doing the same thing. If you are an experienced developer in Poland, I'm coming for you. Poland and gender gap, you mean mostly how good you are at negotiating. Yes, I think it's also, that is one of the biggest examples. And there have been a lot of studies to prove that if you can improve women's ability to negotiate, that can improve their salaries by sometimes up to 3 times as much as what they currently have. And I don't think just obviously you can't pay women more because then you're discriminating. So I think that one of the best ways to solve it is to do like assertiveness training with women and helping them to negotiate better. That's it. He was just saving the rake for if he needed it. Kind of disappointing. True. But I guess it's better to be prepared. What I don't like here in Poland is that there are a lot of initiatives to get that are specific for women in game dev, and they exclude men from those spaces. And I find that to be very unfair. You know, I would find this the exact opposite to be just as unfair. I don't like that because there are a lot of men looking for jobs and connections that then don't have the ability to get that in those spaces. Hoping for some more interesting story. Can't fault the logic. I know it's gonna be a hot take though. Everything regarding gender's a hot take these days. I just believe in fairness. Equal opportunity. Call me old-fashioned. Call me old-fashioned, chat, but I believe people should have the same opportunities. The problem with coders is that they're mostly just coders. What do you mean? They're not game dev. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And I think that there are... Number one, I wouldn't hire a coder to work on a game if they aren't a gamer. Like, simple as that. Like, you have to play the games. You have to know how systems are being made and what kind of things designers traditionally want to be exposed in order to do, in my opinion, to do the best. I guess you could be like a back-end coder. You know, you could be like an engine coder, but let's assume that we're working with like Unreal and we don't need a lot of custom engine content. I just would not hire a coder that doesn't know games and doesn't play them or doesn't really like them. Yeah, that means they're not playing or understanding games. And I feel the same. I would not hire anyone to work on my games that does not play or understand games. And also, I would not hire somebody who doesn't like gamers. Unfortunately, I have to say that because, God forbid, apparently there's a lot of game developers out there that seem to not like gamers. I can't explain it. I can't explain that, but it's true. Shoe and rake. I tend to notice though that the people who the developers that seem to hate gamers the most often also seem to be the most forceful with their ideology, whatever that is, by putting that into the game. I don't know if you guys have noticed that too. Commemorative spoons. How how are your commemorative spoon sets doing? Nice bike catch on there. We're just about to release the 7th spoon set, and people can't get enough of them. I've even seen people trading spoons. So I think I'm going to set up a part of the shop to be a stew restaurant that Ladle can run. I'll have to split these because this will be only if Ladle is there. That Ladle can run where people can meet up and trade spoons with each other. How you doing, Zephyrus? Been a while. Oh, you've been lurking? Cool, cool. Sounds like a great idea. Same with my voice crack. Sounds like a great idea. Glad this is proving to be lucrative. I'm still working from home. You enjoy working from home? I couldn't stand working from home. I'm not even that big of a fan of remote work. I actually really like working in an office with other people. I find it to be the most productive and the best for my mental health. You don't like working from home? We're in the same camp then. Able to get anything I want. Happy for your success, Spoon. Commemorative spoons. These don't have a lot of options, but they don't need to. They're more just going to be a few nice ways to end your interactions with Spoon and then say goodbye. Suppose it is, human. Said before, you've been a great friend to Spoon. He does mention that, right? I won't forget all of the fun we've had together. What fun. I'm gonna say what fun. We've sure had some adventures, haven't we? Do we want to do a couple of... Do we want to do some like reminiscing here? Like use some past stage completions to like reminisce a little bit? Or just maybe some specific ones based on some outcomes. Alright, my voice is starting to go. You don't miss the commute. Fair enough. I was pretty lucky when I, my couple of first jobs here in Poland, the first time I was 2 minutes walk away from my company, and the second one I was about 20 minutes walk away. So, you know, I enjoyed the walk. I could then, you know, hit up the store on the way there, or on the way back. I could turn off work mode and turn on home mode when I was coming back. The walk was nice, and now I have a separate office that I can walk to, so it's like 5 minutes away from my apartment. This way I have a space, I have no like cat being obnoxious. My fiance can do her work at home, and I can do my work here. We aren't bothering each other. It's nice. There's no way I could fit all of this at home. I would have no space for it. But it is expensive. What can we do here? We can do... Let's try it. Let's try doing a condition, stage complete. I mean, you completed stage 1, of course, so I don't really think we need to do that, but we can do potion score, thief 1. We don't want to do thief 1, we want to do provided effect of paralysis. Let me think about this, because I want to do a little bit of reminiscing of some of the past decisions you made and helped him. That way he can have some like kind of unique things to say about it. I have Megadesk with 2 PCs connected to some same monitors and USB hub. One PC is work and one PC is for myself. I have 2 computers here. I have my streaming PC. I got my work PC. It's very hot in here because I have no air conditioning. I'm going to try to get that sorted out. I at least have a fan I could bring here, and I might do that for tomorrow because it is going to be pretty hot this week. A fan would help. But you guys might hear it blowing, and I don't want to do that. We'll see. Twitch is running on my home PC. Personal, my work laptop is on the desk in front of my keyboard. You're a laptop user. I don't use a laptop anymore. I think we can do, did he learn where he stashed his gold? Where is it? Thief secured all his loot. This is the one we can use here. Save choice. Thief secured all his loot. True. And then we can do one for false. Company switched to all laptops during COVID-19. Oh. I couldn't imagine doing game dev on a I don't know. You'd have to get a pretty strong laptop to run Unreal. And this especially. As this is using what? A lot of my CPU. 55% of my CPU. Not as much RAM as I thought, but probably a lot of VRAM, right? Where's my VRAM usage? $12 GB of VRAM. Try finding a laptop with 12 GB of VRAM. I mean, I do have it set to high. I could set this to like low. Well, it's got to repair some shaders. It might help a little bit. Developers don't like it as they are so low power compared to the workstations. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's not really lowering my VRAM usage. Yeah, it's not really helping. I mean, working an engine is always just going to be so much more requiring. But the good thing is, too, that because I have the 2 PC setup, I can do whatever the fuck I want on this computer. I can crash it, I can destroy the drivers, I can load it up. Not going to affect the stream at all. And that's a pretty useful aspect. Laptop is a Ryzen 9 Pro 7940HS, 32 GB of RAM. Bam. Bam, that's a lot of RAM for a laptop. But don't we set that the thief, that Spoon secures all of his loot in... (3B) outcomes? Or I guess this would be 2B outcomes. Let me check. I want to make sure we tell the player the right information here. 2B potion outcomes. We don't have it listed here. Currently at 15.2 out of 32 because it has Chrome open, right? How do we determine this then? Because the base... Oh no, because base he just leaves at the end of it. Yeah, okay, so the only way to get to this encounter is if he got his payday. So we don't really need to check if he does or not. I think. So instead of doing the save choice, we will do... We'll do a stage completion check. For 2A. And if 2A was not completed... then it means you didn't provide the paralysis poison. I think. Let me check. Not here. Check stage completion. Okay, so it only checks completed stages. It does not check discarded stages. So specifically, 2A would have to be complete. Which is perfect. And 2A would mean that you got his... He got all of his loot. So you got good or exceptional. First, you helped me get all of my gold back from the bandits. I'll never forget that. And if 2A was not complete, which should work properly. Let's just double check if that's set up correctly. No, it's not. And we need to make sure it says that properly. Hold on, one more thing. Select, not string. Although, yes, that would work too, actually. Stage complete. 2A. False rule. So yeah, the only way 2B is provided is if paralysis potion not provided. He a broke bitch. He's gonna go rob a store. Help me rob that store after I couldn't get my original gold back from the bandits. Appreciate you helping me get through that scenario. Happy to have helped. And we'll do one then for stretch. Okay, I'll stretch. I gotta look at this anyway. I'm not crazy, right? Encounter 4 can only spawn. Let me see the conditions. Spoon's pawn shop. Okay, his pawn shop is opened. Oh wait, this is 5. Hold on. We need 5. But 5 only checks if 4 is done. Okay. Okay, I'll check. Use some stretching. Oh. Oh, ow. Too much sitting. Oh. Also hot in here. It is so fucking hot. I'm bringing that fan tomorrow. I'm not risking it. Oh. Let me sit up properly. Condition for ladles, ladle and teaspoon. And we only want this to play once as well. Not that. We're gonna test and debug this tomorrow, and then if we handle that tomorrow, we can add in the goblin model. Then we should be good to go. I'll end up trying to make a build for the weekend and post it on Discord, so that anybody who wants to test out the NPC and all of his possible endings, they can do so. I'll probably hide the tutorial. You know what, maybe I'll postpone it to next week so we can fix up the tutorial so that it works with this. Because that's going to take a few days at most. And I'll never forget your advice to let others come to my shop. Despite the increase in crime, I never would have met Ladle otherwise. And I can't express just how incredible of a large lady she is. How much you've helped me. I'll never forget how much you've changed my life. Been a pleasure, Spoon. Please take care. Good luck with fatherhood. That sounds bad. And be a great father. I will. Goodbye, friend. Goodbye. Events and encounter. That'll be it. Let me just hook this up. We'll do like a likewise friend, right? Super final goodbyes. And I think that is going to wrap up the first iteration of Spoon. At least his main core dialogue that relate to his encounters. We still have to write some lore for him. And then if we want to come back and adjust anything on feedback or update anything with any new lore we write, we will have to iterate upon this, right, until Spoon feels pretty decent. But it's important that we do that so that publishers and players will kind of understand exactly what we're trying to achieve here by making this deeper RPG dialogue and choice driven game, right? I shouldn't say dialogue driven, but just choice driven RPG. Where in order to reach this, you need to go down optional pathways with dialogue, maybe set aside your own morals and principles, or understand where Spoon is coming from. You'll have to specifically sometimes not do the best job you can as an alchemist because it will lead to a bad outcome. But there's a lot of choices to be made here, a lot of different endings. You can tell Spoon just to fuck off at many turns. So yeah, I think this is a good start. Let's save it here for today and jump over to the Ring of Elden People, the Ring of the Elderly. Finished first iteration of core Spoon encounters. Still need to write lore stuff. Awesome. Oh boy, I definitely need a break from dialogue. I might even come back to write some of the lore stuff later. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, you know what, I might do that. We'll take a look into adding the fluid stuff in and then come back and finish up Spoon's lore. But tomorrow we're going to be testing the dialogue and just fixing up any like mistakes in the flow, any typos, missing words, things like that. Just bug fixing, right? And quality fixing. And then we can come back and we can check the lore a bit closer later. Right now what we have, I think, is pretty damn decent. And anyway, if we come back to right lore, all we need to do is ask about Golem Stone, goblins, and figure out how we want to approach this recent events kind of thing. But I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Can't see anything for certain now. Let's jump over to Elden Ring. I need a break. 7 hours is pretty damn good. Elden Ring, collecting all items in the game. I will end the YouTube recording here. If you were watching this long, thank you so much. Take care and consider subscribing. Peace.